and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. President Trump threatens to target Iran's bridges and power plants unless Tehran returns to the negotiating table. China's economy has missed its growth target as the Iran conflict and weak domestic demand put pressure on the world's second-largest economy. And England face Argentina tonight for a place in the World Cup final, with Lionel Messi taking on the Three Lions for the first time. Donald Trump is threatening to escalate the conflict with Iran, warning the US could target bridges and power plants within days unless Tehran returns to negotiations. The comments come as the two countries exchange fire for a fourth straight day, and reports suggest Trump has been meeting advisors in the Situation Room to consider a broader military offense. For more on this, I'm joined by international peace negotiator Nomi Bar Yaakov. Nomi, as always, great to have you on the show. The US conducted a new round of daytime airstrikes in and around Hormuz today. Earlier strikes killed 7 Iranian soldiers. By officially confirming these military deaths, is Tehran laying the political framework for another round of retaliation?
Thank you, Leigh Ann, for having me on your show. I think it's a very interesting confirmation. They confirmed 7 soldiers and 30 civilians. And I think it's the first time that they have actually given numbers, certainly of their military personnel or IRGC. We didn't specify what kind of military personnel they were. But yes, they're basically saying to the US, you're escalating, you're violating the Memorandum of Understanding. Don't forget that neither party has officially withdrawn from the Memorandum of Understanding, and that is still very much the framework for any kind of solution. And it's not in either side's interest to have an all-out, full-fledged war. So yes, this is indeed extremely significant. It's basically Iran saying to the US, you have crossed a red line. This is unprecedented. I am certain that there have been deaths of military personnel before, but it's the first time that Iran has announced it, and it's basically saying we will retaliate if this doesn't stop, and we will retaliate in an unprecedented fashion.
Nomi, Trump has warned America could strike Iranian power plants and bridges next week if Tehran does not return to negotiations. Does this suggest talks just aren't happening at the moment?
Well, I would take that as a sort of threat. You know, Trump has that tendency to go the mile and then backtrack. We saw that, you know, we've been having these discussions, you and I, very often. You know, he said he would charge 20% toll. You know, he then last minute withdrew that. He has so many times said that he would send Iran back to the Stone Ages. Iran will never be a country again, and all sorts of, quite frankly, sort of almost out of this world comments, but he has a tendency not to carry those out. And I mean, targeting civilian infrastructure is a very different ballgame to targeting military infrastructure. And what he's done today is he's targeted cruise missile sites. A few days ago, was on the outskirts of Bushehr's nuclear plant. So he's very much targeting Iran's military and potentially nuclear capability. He's sending a signal on that front. It's a very different ballgame, and if he does do that, if he does end up targeting water plants, bridges, and the likes, we are really in a different place altogether, a far worse place than we have been since the MOU has been signed.
And Iran's military says it targeted US military facilities in Bahrain, Jordan and Kuwait. And we heard from the GCC chief earlier, and he said the strikes represent a dangerous escalation that does threaten regional security and stability. Nomi, do you think the Gulf states are running out of patience?
Well, I think the Gulf states, I think he also said, which I thought was really interesting, that these attacks are treacherous. And for the Secretary General of an organization like the, Gulf Cooperation Council to use such terminology, and usually he's a very humble and mild, he uses very very diplomatic language in his statements. So I think, yes, they're running out of patience, but I think they're making a policy sort of by the day, and it's continuously evolving, and they're revisiting it hour by hour almost. And it really is time for the Gulf states to come out with a united position. And I think this is where Iran, by striking so forcefully what they view as the weaker countries, I think they're sending a message to the Gulf saying, look, if we are the ones who are calling the shots here. And I think in return, the Gulf Cooperation Council states need to come out with a united position. It's long overdue to have this united position vis-a-vis Iran, so as to ensure that Iran is in its place, they're in their place, and they can coexist, because Iran's not going anywhere. It's a country of 92 million people run by an extreme Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. It's more extreme than the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps at the time of the late Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The clerics have a diminished role in this particular new administration. It really is the IRGC calling the shots. We haven't even seen the new appointed supreme leader. We haven't heard his voice. So it's time for the GCC states to work together in a very, very forceful and united fashion, and ideally in order to form a position that will put Iran in its place, so that Iran will not be able to retaliate against those states, will not be able to charge a toll on the Straits of Hormuz. And I think that Oman and Qatar, who are mediating very quietly and very diligently behind the scenes, would welcome such a united position. I think it's long overdue.
You say it's long overdue, and what I find quite interesting is Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is actually heading to Doha for the funeral of the Qatari Emir, and we have heard that they could expect to have talks when he's in Doha because, of course, as you said, Qatar have been mediating behind the scenes. Do you think we'll see a shift once his trip to Doha is complete? Do you think we'll have any resolution?
Well, I think that it's very significant that the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is in Qatar. I think the fact that he is attending the mourning of as the father Emir, the late Emir Sheikh. I think Hamad. I think it's really, really important, because this is clearly I don't know. This is the man who made Qatar what it is, and by showing respect to Qatar, he's saying, and to the late Emir, and of course to the Emir Sheikh Tamim, he's basically saying, look, we would like to be on good terms with you. So I think that the fact that he's there is significant. There's no doubt whatsoever that they will arrange a number of senior level meetings for him while he is there. So the mediation is definitely ongoing, and Oman also mediating behind the scenes. So again, Qatar is not mediating alone. They're in touch with the Gulf states. What will come out of it, we don't know, because I also don't know how much Abbas Araghchi is the one calling the shots in Tehran. You've got the foreign minister, you've got the president. Don't forget, both the president Masoud Pezeshkian and Abbas Araghchi were attacked during the funeral of the late leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. They were sort of attacked for supposedly being too close to the US and compromising. So it's not so clear how much weight he is actually carrying, but he is one of the senior negotiators alongside the parliamentary speaker. So I think, yes, it's very important, but of course, until they come out, we won't know what is agreed. But the fact that there is dialogue is always very important. It's much more important to continue to talk than it is to halt talks. And both sides have mentioned that Trump has typically pivoted, but Iran has made it very, very clear that the MOU still stands and that the US has violated it, and they're expecting the US not only violated it per se, but also violated the spirit of it and has hurting negotiations. But both sides have said they're open to negotiations. Trump is saying that the Iranians are, I don't remember the term he used, something like begging for negotiations, and clearly, we know, as I said at the outset, neither side wants an all-out war, so they really do need to reach a compromise and an agreement on how to move forward and open the Straits of Hormuz. Currently, the US is blockading the Straits of Hormuz and has turned around 2 vessels, which we assume are Iranian vessels. So that doesn't bode very well. Again, 7 military personnel, Iranian dead. That's been announced. But yes, Qatar is a skilled mediator, and I do believe that some progress will be made.
And Nomi, just before I started to talk to you, we actually got a newsline from Tasman News Agency. It says Iran's foreign ministry spokesman says we have no plans for negotiations at the moment. We are focused on defence. So we're just speaking about the MOU. Obviously, as you said, neither side has withdrawn from this, but it does appear to be on real life support at the moment.
Yes, because, of course, you know, Iran feels that they need to retaliate. So I think there's always the question of where's the line drawn after retaliation. So you have always this tit for tat. Tit for tat sounds very light, but tit for tat can actually be very heavy and very serious. And what really worries me is that you've got Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu flying out to Washington on Saturday to meet with President Donald Trump on the sidelines of the late Senator Lindsey Graham's funeral. So you can be sure that he will push for another attack on Iran. He's got his own elections, meaning parliamentary elections coming up in Israel. Now the date has been set for the 27th of November. It's around the corner. And there is no doubt whatsoever that he will try to persuade the Americans to carry out more attacks along the lines that we saw early on in the war. So yes, we're really at a pivotal moment where the Gulf states have to play a role, on the one hand with ensuring that Iran is under control, and on the other ensuring that the US President Donald Trump does not take on the advice of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to attack Iran. Otherwise, we're going to be in a full-fledged war. And that is what Netanyahu would like to see before the Israeli elections.
And Nomi, Iran says the conflict has caused an estimated $270 billion in economic losses. Right now, we know the people in Iran are struggling with high inflation, of course, unemployment too. Plus, as you mentioned earlier, the US has reimposed this blockade and sanctions on Iran. Could the economic pressure, do you think, bring Iranians back to the negotiating table? Is that the US tactic, do you think?
Well, it's a double-edged sword, isn't it, with the economic hardship, because the people who are really suffering are the people of Iran. It's especially now with the Straits of Hormuz closed by the US blockade, 80% of the economy runs through those straits. So it's the poor man in the street, or maybe not even the poor man. It's the average. It's the people as opposed to the government. That are really suffering here, and that's, again, it's why it needs. And I don't think that is necessarily. I think the tactic of Trump is to intimidate and to continuously intimidate and to threaten in a way that actually has the opposite desired outcome in Iran, because Iranians are just far too proud to take that on board. So the compromise really needs to be in working out how to implement the MOU and how the Memorandum of Understanding, and how to bridge the ambiguity, because each side is interpreting, for example, the management of the Straits is the key issue at the moment, differently. The US, it was drafted in a way that Iran can interpret it as having some sort of the ability to decide what the route is going to be. So they're insisting that the route is going to be in their territorial waters close to the Iranian coast, whereas the US would have expected the ships to go closer to the Omani, to Oman. It's really the nitty-gritty bits, is that all these have to be ironed out. And as I said, and I'm saying again and again, there has to be, and the Memorandum of Understanding calls for it, there has to be a monitoring, verification, compliance mechanism mechanism that is a conflict resolution mechanism, a dispute resolution mechanism agreed on by both sides, so that when every single day when there are violations, there is a body that can resolve those disputes promptly. There are many precedents in previous conflicts, a lot of success, a lot of lessons learned, and it's high time to implement that for Iran too, for this memorandum of understanding.
Nomi Bar-Yaakov, always great to talk to you. Could ask you so many questions, but thank you so much for your time with me today.
My pleasure.
We can now go to former National Intelligence Manager for Iran at the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, and that is Norman Rule. Norman, always great to have you on the show. The US says it's targeting Iran's ability to threaten commercial shipping, yet Iran continues to retaliate. Right now, Norman, is either side achieving its strategic objectives?
Good evening. Neither side is currently able to achieve their strategic objectives, and they're each approaching the use of military action for different purposes. Iran is using its military strikes to demonstrate almost a symbolic but very real capacity to inflict violence upon the region. But Iran's capacity has been degraded. The attacks are not saturation attacks. They tend to be single or 2 or 3 missiles at a time, vice large numbers, which does indicate that they are either withholding capacity or their capacity has been limited. But in any case, violence is now part of Iran's negotiating tempo. The United States, on the other hand, seems to be focusing on provoking a debate within Iran's leadership as to the wisdom of their attacks on shipping and the Straits and their neighbors, and their insistence on controlling the Strait of Hormuz. The widening nature of the U.S. attacks clearly does appear to be a strategy where the United States is demonstrating that it has the capability and the intelligence to conduct precision attacks against military structures. So it's just a question, they're messaging to Iran, to Tehran, how much longer do you want this to go on? Because we can take this in your direction. I would add one final comment referring to your previous guest. This isn't just a U.S. Or GCC issue. This is international. This is not something the U.S. should dictate any more than Iran. Iran has no right to change the nature of international straits. It would be very dangerous for any 2 countries to work this out at the disadvantage of others. So we would never want the United States and Iran to be the only people deciding what happens with the Strait of Hormuz. That's not a that's not a negotiation issue. Iran is violating international law, and the U.S. is defending international shipping.
So, as you said, the US is defending international shipping, Iran violating international law. But right now, we see that the US is repeatedly targeting Iran's coastal defenses and missile sites. Norman, there's been debate, but is the US trying to establish long-term control over the Strait of Hormuz so something like this doesn't happen again? What are they trying to achieve here?
They're trying to achieve 2 things. First, they are aiming at and succeeding at degrading the amount of capability Iran has. That doesn't mean Iran won't have any capability, but that capability is reduced, and they're succeeding there. We can see this with the number of strikes that Iran is conducting and how they're conducting those strikes. Secondly, they are achieving a broader series of attacks, again, against military structures that shows that we have the capability of reaching anywhere in that country. Iran's air defenses have played almost no role in defending the country against U.S. Attacks, and even the attacks by U.S. sea drones against their ports demonstrates that their port security is also severely degraded. So again, if you're trying to create a debate among hardline leadership, you have to do something that raises the price but doesn't threaten greater damage. Let me close by saying the United States has not yet attacked the leadership. large civilian structures or large cities. So we're messaging, we're only going after the parts of Iran that are attacking innocent maritime personnel and their neighbors. Stop it.
It's quite interesting because obviously the US and Israeli strikes did kill the former supreme leader on the very first day. So they did target Iranian leaders and officials right at the beginning. However, as we've seen this war now into over its 150th day, the strategy has changed when it comes to the US. But let's talk a little bit about Iran, because they've expanded its retaliation to include US-linked targets in Bahrain, Kuwait and Jordan. Norman, is Tehran deliberately broadening the conflict? And how much patience do you think GCC countries have? Because you say they should play a bigger role in this, along with the international community, when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, again, it is a GCC issue, but it is also an international issue because of the importance of the region to the world's economy. Just as a point of fact, prior to this war, Iran conducted between 2012 and the day before this war about 32 attacks in the Gulf, in the Strait, and in the Arabian Sea, using many of the tools they're using in a much more concentrated and intense way during this conflict. So this is something the Iranians have done for a number of years, and the international community did not act. Their attacks on their Gulf neighbors is something that they have done with terrorism and with proxies for many years. They're now just using other asymmetric tools because that's all the country has left. Missiles, mines, militias, focus on strategic areas, and their cyber attacks have continued upon the entire region, and they have used public diplomacy to make themselves appear to be a victim of, again, an area where they're attacking, and the U.S. is just saying there will be a price for that attack.
And it's really interesting because we've spoken on the show a lot about the war of propaganda, if we and how Iran has used that on social media. But I want to talk a little bit more about the Houthis, because you just mentioned proxies there. If Iran encourages the Houthis to threaten the Bab el-Mandeb Strait while keeping pressure on the Strait of Hormuz, how dramatically would that change the strategic picture for both the US and their allies? Because we are hearing that this could possibly happen.
Well, it would depend, and it would depend upon the extent of Houthi activities. About 5% of the world's oil does go through the Bab el-Mandeb. Saudi Arabia exports much of its oil through the Bab el-Mandeb to Asia. It could export that oil around Africa, but the ships would have to go through the Mediterranean, and that would add 10 to 12 days to the trip. The U.S. has enormous military capacity, which could be directed at the Houthis, and they know this. The Houthis are interested in their domestic issues that would be compromised by involvement in a war. And last, there is the strength of Saudi diplomacy. And Saudi Arabia, over recent months, has demonstrated a superb capacity to work the Yemen diplomatic angle to contain the Houthis. But in the end, I think you're going to see some sort of Houthi action. The question is, will it ever reach the point where it is in the Strait of Hormuz? And I think that is unlikely at present.
And Norman, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, it was just a few days ago, warned Iran against attacking Israel, saying the country would respond forcefully if targeted. But Israel has not entered the fray, as we see tensions between the US and Iran escalating over the last 4 days or so. Why do you think Israel is not in the picture at the moment? And could that possibly change, do you think?
It's unlikely to change unless the United States and Israel decided that there was a type of campaign that could end this conflict that reflected something similar as at the beginning of the conflict. Israel's comments regarding its potential retaliation are appropriate, and they are the type of comments a country should make that says, if you attack me, I will make you pay a price. Now, the rhetoric that goes with that is very specific to Prime Minister Netanyahu. But what Israel is saying is, under international law, acceptable. The question becomes whether that disrupts other parts of the campaign. Lebanon is also a part of this, and just as we are encouraging the Israelis to withdraw, we still have Hezbollah firing on Israel, and the Iranians are attempting to keep Hezbollah alive, much as they attempted to keep Assad alive during the 2015 talks. So this is, again, regional power projection by Iran. The idea that there's going to be a compromise between the United States and Iran on this issue is unlikely. And I don't think the GCC states or Israel would want such a compromise, because it would mean keeping the Houthis, Hezbollah enriched, and Iran's regional role very powerful.
Norman Rule, as always, great to have you on. Thank you so much for your analysis. China's economy has posted its weakest quarterly growth in more than 3 years, with slowing domestic demand and the war in Iran impacting results. That's despite there being a surge in exports. At the same time, Beijing is pushing back against a US-backed sanctions bill aimed at countries buying Russian energy. For more on this, I'm joined from Bern by Cornelia Meyer, economist and founder of Meyer Resources. Cornelia, as always, it's brilliant to have you on the show. Thank you for joining me and taking your time to speak to us today. Cornelia, so I've just read out there, China's economy has slowed more sharply than expected, yet we see exports actually remaining pretty resilient. So is this a temporary soft patch, or is it a sign of deeper weakness in the economy?
Well, good evening, Leigh Ann, and thank you very much for having me. I think it is a sign of structural issues in the economy. The Chinese economy does have still a big problem in its real estate sector. Chinese government wants the Chinese economy to be retooled somewhat away from purely export-led to also domestic consumption, and just doesn't get there. They had deflationary pressures. So actually the inflationary pressures through the Strait of Hormuz woes can be accommodated quite happily because they counter the deflationary pressures, but it is a sign of structural imbalances.
So we're seeing structural weakness in the Chinese economy, but China's oil imports fell to their lowest level in nearly a decade in June. And of course, this comes amid the Iran war and the issues we've seen in the Strait of Hormuz. How significant is that for global oil markets and also prices?
It's extremely significant. And, you know, I started calling Japan the swing consumer, right? We had the swing producer, Saudi Arabia. We now have a swing consumer. When oil markets were not doing too well, when the oil price was very low last year, China really bought up a lot of the surplus oil and put it in storage. So some people say they had at some stage 200. They now have about 250 or even more days worth of inventories. So they bought it all up. And now, because they have the inventories and because oil prices, frankly, are very high, they are importing less. Actually, they're importing in April 41% less April to April, or in June, June to June, and it's about 12% less May to June. So they're importing less. The refinery runs are slower. They still produce petrochemicals and so on. So it is the swing consumer. Once oil prices go down again, I'm sure they will be buying again because they need to refill their inventories.
I like that. A swing consumer. You've definitely coined a new phrase there. But Cornelia, what's quite fascinating to me is China appears to be weathering the oil price shock better than many people actually expected. And they say a lot of this is actually down to the rapid uptake of electric vehicles in China. Do you think that this is changing the country's long-term energy security?
No, I actually would disagree with you there, because electric vehicles, that is about electricity. And electricity comes from gas, from coal, from nuclear, very little from oil. So oil, and Chinese oil has more and more gone sort of into the petrochemical side. Yes, obviously they use much less oil to drive vehicles. But what we've seen before, let's say this time last year, we've seen, yes, electric vehicles went up, but they started to prefer hybrids, because with the electric vehicles, even if they tell you, you have so and so many hours and this big a range, the second you then put in heating and cooling and all of these other things, lights at night, the range goes down.
And Beijing, Cornelia, is pushing back against US-backed sanctions targeting buyers of Russian energy. How much of this is about economics, and how much of it is about China's relationship with Russia?
It's about both. And it's about economics, because for China, actually, it's been very convenient to buy Russian oil at a discount, because Russian oil has been sanctioned, so they could get it at a discount. At some stage in this conflict, the US waived sanctions against Iranian oil. That meant the price went up. So China is quite happy to buy sanctioned oil because they can buy it at a discount. That's the economic side. The other side is, China sees itself as a member of the global South, and is in alliance with Russia, with Iran, with Pakistan, and other countries under the auspices of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. They're also BRICS countries together, right? Russia is a BRIC country, China is a BRIC country. So there are those avenue of diplomacy that they have that are different to the Western attitude.
Cornelia Mayer, it's always great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your analysis.
Thank you very much indeed, Leigh Ann.
Pleasure. England are just one match away from a place in the World Cup final as they prepare to face reigning champions Argentina in Atlanta. It's a heavyweight clash featuring Lionel Messi against England for the very first time. Meanwhile, the Three Lions manager Thomas Tuchel insists there's no rift with Jude Bellingham despite intense scrutiny ahead of kickoff. For more on this, I'm joined by World Cup reporter David Blackmore. David, absolutely brilliant to have you on the show with us tonight. So the England team have arrived in Atlanta with the expectation of the country really on their shoulders. Can they defeat the world champions to reach the final for the first time in 60 years?
Yeah, it's going to be a roller coaster for all England fans here in the stadium behind me in Atlanta, but also those watching in the pubs and front rooms at home in the UK. There's going to be so many little individual factors going to have a huge impact on this game. Declan Rice, how is he going to be feeling? You know, he has had that sickness bug and came off at half-time against Norway. Is he going to be feeling 100%? That's one question that remains. Lionel Messi, how are England going to cope with him? Are they going to man-mark him? How are they going to deal with the pressure that he brings on? There's so many of those little questions that will sort of evolve during the game and give us a clearer indication as to who is going to come away victorious and make the World Cup final. It could go either way. It could go 90 minutes, could go to extra time. It could go to those dreaded penalties, Leigh Ann.
Oh, I don't know if my heart can handle penalties. I don't know, because you're probably going to be in the stadium, so I don't know how your heart will handle the penalties if that happens. But David, England's manager Thomas Tuchel says the team is very hungry for the next win. But do you think he'll be relying heavily on both Harry Kane and Jude Bellingham to get them over the line? Because you spoke about Messi there.
Yeah, look, England have been relying on Harry Kane and Jude Bellingham for the whole tournament, really, and even a little bit before that, particularly with Harry Kane. Look, Harry Kane is England's leading goal scorer for a reason. You know, he scores goals. Just give him a chance and he'll put it away. But Jude Bellingham has been somewhat of the surprise package, because before this tournament, everyone was talking about, well, maybe we should leave Jude Bellingham at home. Morgan Rogers was the man that Thomas Tuchel preferred in that position before the World Cup. But now he's here. he has made a huge name for himself. He is the player on everyone's lips that I speak to, not just England fans here, but Argentinian fans, American fans. Every other nation is talking about Jude Bellingham. He has literally announced himself. He's already been a world-class player, but now with the focus of the world media on him, he is really shining in this tournament, and it's going to be huge. How they both play is going to be such an indication as to how this game pans out. And I think for a lot of England fans that I've met here today, they are excited. There's a mixture. Some fans are super excited. Some fans are nervous. For other England fans, they are perfectly calm. They are saying that this is a semi-final. It is what it is. Let's just see what happens. Let's strap ourselves in for this roller coaster that we're going to experience today.
David, have we just lost you?
I'm roaring them to victory.
Oh, David, sorry, we got you back. We had a little bit of interference on the line there. You were just telling me that you've been talking to some England fans, mixed emotions ahead of the big match tonight. But have you been talking to any fans from Argentina? Because obviously we speak about Messi. He has 8 goals in 6 games and, of course, will be playing England for the first time. And there's a lot of history when it comes to Argentina and England.
Yeah. 40 years on since the infamous Hand of God, and there's been many memorable knockout games since then as well. Actually, the majority of fans that I've been speaking to from here have actually been Argentina fans. So I don't know whether Argentina fans are a bit more organised when it comes to planning their route, because these are like sort of parking lots leading up into the stadium. But the Argentina fans, they are also a combination of excitement and nerves. They are worried about the threat that England posed. You know, let's not forget, for Argentina, they struggled against Cape Verde in one knockout range. They struggled against Egypt, and they had to go the full distance plus extra time with Switzerland. So they are feeling a bit nervous, but also excited about the prospects of what could happen with Messi leading the line for them, and hoping that they can get to back-to-back World Cup finals and secure back-to-back World Cup victories.
And what I find really interesting is Argentinian fans are putting pictures of Harry Kane in the freezer. David, what's this all about? And also, Argentina are wearing a different colour kit. So there seems to be a lot of superstition happening before this big match tonight.
Oh, I love stories that have a little bit of superstition around them. Yeah, so this goes back to sort of 1986 when you had someone freezing. You know, what they do is they take pictures of these players and they're putting them in the freezer as if to sort of stop them from performing on the day. It was the same when England played Ghana. They had a witch doctor that put a curse over Harry Kane to stop him from scoring against it. That seems to have worked. So I wonder if this freezer trick that Argentinian fans are doing is gonna work. For a lot of the England fans here, they hope not. But it's interesting, though, Leigh Ann. Some of them have been freezing Harry Kane. Some have been freezing Jude Bellingham. Does it sort of counteract each other? If you've got 2 players being frozen, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, but I remember the witch doctor. I did quite enjoy that. But, David, so the big games tonight, you're right in front of the stadium. You're going to get the full atmosphere. You must be so excited. But what is your prediction? I know it's difficult, but I feel like you might have some good insight.
My verdict on the game today, Argentina haven't really been playing that well in this tournament. England haven't either, but I feel England have a lot more potential. I think this could be the moment that England put in their best performance of the World Cup. It's been coming. It's been bubbling to the surface. I feel like this is the time that England are going to put on the most comprehensive display, and the whole of the UK is going to be rejoicing in this wonderful looking ahead to the World Cup final, whereas the Argentinian fans will be left rubbing their heads thinking, what have we just witnessed?
You know what, David? I can feel your energy. I can feel your excitement. I'm very jealous that you're in front of the stadium. So I think both of us should just say, come on, England. Let's hope that we can bring it home for a little change.
Oh, Leigh Ann, it's coming home. It's coming home.
I hope it's coming home, because it hasn't come home since 1966, and I'm sick of hearing about 1966. It was before I was born. David Blackmore, is always great to have you on the show. Enjoy the game.
Thanks, Leigh Ann.
A reminder of our top stories. President Trump threatens to target Iran's bridges and power plants unless Tehran returns to the negotiating table. China's economy has missed its growth target as the Iran conflict and weak domestic demand put pressure on the world's second largest economy. And England face Argentina tonight for a place in the World Cup final, with Lionel Messi taking on the Three Lions for the first time. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player. As its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals, that influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked a great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally, with the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991. Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in Syria as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications, the last decade saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan, In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade, and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow pins hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
The people of Milana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-colored. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. The unique democratic system practiced in Milana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of 2 councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Cairo, one of the world's greatest megacities, Cairo. It is rich in its historic finery, while at the same time known for its extremely hot weather, traffic, and yes, noise and air pollution. While it is perhaps the city that tourists both love and hate, the experience makes it rather worth the challenges. It's got history that spans centuries, the city is full of vigor, and Cairo is the place to be when you're looking to experience the Egyptian street life. It is, in fact, where the only surviving wonder of the ancient world is. No words can describe the majestic view of the 3 5,000-year-old pyramids on the Giza Plateau. One of the most popular ones is the King's Chamber, considered one of the deepest man-made silences on Earth. Of course, you can't miss the Sphinx. It is both an enormous sight and an overwhelming experience you will never forget. It serves as a guard of the pyramids with its lion body and pharaoh face. It is certainly an iconic monument of the ancient world. You can take hours-long camel rides to get through the pyramids. Despite the heat, dust, and other hurdles while traveling, it is definitely worth it. The pyramids of Cheops, also called the Great Pyramid or the Pyramid of Khufu, is the largest pyramid of the Giza group. You can explore the mysterious interiors of its narrow passages. There's also the Solar Boat Museum behind it, where you will see the ceremonial solar barks that's amazingly been restored to its original glory. On the south, there's a Pyramid of Khafre, which is also known as the Pyramid of Khafre. It also has an internal tunnel that invites you to explore it. Finally, there's the smaller Pyramid of Mycerinus, or the Pyramid of Menkaure. When it comes to shopping, you must visit Khan el-Khalili, which is considered to have one of the world's greatest shopping experiences. Its narrow alleyways have been established since 1400 AD, and up to now is still up and about with all sorts of trade, from tiny stores to cluttered workshops. For sports and recreation, find tennis courts around the south of Jazeera or ride the stables at the sports club. The Cairo Tower, built in 1961 by President Nasser, offers you an amazing view of the sunset at its observation deck. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Keep the Soviet Union out, the Americans in and the Germans down. That was NATO's first pseudo-mission statement. Since then, has it lost its way? Tensions over Greenland, the Iran war and defence spending have many questioning unity within the alliance. It may be beefing up its arsenal, but is NATO weaker than ever? Stay with Al Arabiya English. Counterpoints is coming up soon.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. There are hopes that there will be progress in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine following the meeting in Alaska between the US President Donald Trump and the Russian President Vladimir Putin. There are talks that maybe bilateral and trilateral meetings will follow, but then there are also those who believe there will be no progress, largely because of Vladimir Putin's intractable position when it comes to Ukraine. One of those is the former UK Defence Secretary, Liam Fox. He joins me now to explain why he has that position. So, Liam, thank you for making the time. It's good to have a chance to chat with you, sir. First of all, we're seeing a lot of media reports now that there seems to be some progress when it comes to the Russia-Ukraine situation following the meeting in Alaska and the following talks. What's your opinion on that?
There's a lot of rhetoric. There's a lot of staging. Are we seeing real progress? We don't know yet. My view is that you need to go back to understand why Ukraine wants very, very specific, overt, and bankable security guarantees. Remember back in 1994, Ukraine gave away the nuclear weapons that they had inherited from the breakup of the Soviet Union. And they did so on the basis that they had a security guarantee from the United States, from Britain, from France, but mostly from Russia, that their sovereignty and their borders would be respected. That guarantee was worth zero because Putin decided he wanted Crimea and he just took it. Now, if you were the Ukrainians and you are wanting to end the war, you will want to do so knowing that you have a much better guarantee of your security than came with that agreement, the Budapest Memorandum. So I entirely understand why the Ukrainians are where they are. And until they get those very bankable guarantees, I don't think we can move much forward.
Those who play devil's advocate say that Russia was also guaranteed that NATO would never move 1 inch eastward, and that this was kind of also breached in terms of honouring an agreement. What's your view on that perspective?
Well, Ukraine's not a member of NATO. The only countries that have joined NATO are Sweden and Finland. recently, and that was in response to Russia's aggression in Ukraine. Free nations can choose what they want to do in terms of their defense, their foreign policy. They cannot be dictated to by Moscow, by a tyrant like Putin.
Again, to play devil's advocate, if there was a similar parallel with Russia putting weapons on any kind of territory it has near the USA, how would the reaction be there?
Well, Russia has weapons pointed at London, at Washington, at LA, at the other parts of Europe. It has troops along the borders with the Baltic states. So we don't need to be lectured by Russia about the threats to their neighbors. It's Russia that invaded Georgia in 2008. It's Russia that annexed Crimea in 2014. It's Russia that invaded Ukraine in 2022. So before people want to play devil's advocate, they better work out who the devil is in that particular equation.
So hugely disappointing and sadly predictable is how you described the outcome of the Putin-Trump Alaska talks. Why was that?
Well, I think Putin's playing for time. Number one, let me be very clear. Putin can't be trusted. His word is worth nothing. Here is a man who is a violent despot who will kill and has killed his political opponents inside Russia, who's killed his opponents outside Russia, including in the United Kingdom. He's playing for time. He's hoping that he can make advances on the battlefield before the United States or Europe apply further sanctions that will damage the Russian economy. And the Russian economy has changed a lot since 2022, since the Ukrainian invasion. Putin's turned his country into a war economy. 45% of his GDP is now taken up by the war in Ukraine or the defense and arms industries. He has a banking system that's barely functioning. He's got a bank base rate of 21% with an inflation rate of 11%, unsustainable if you were in any other part of the world. He's got a labor shortage, a chronic labor shortage, and is utterly dependent on technology to keep his economy moving. Now, these are big problems which will get worse. And in my view, we should make them worse in order to destroy Putin's ability to wage war in the future.
I know your perspective is also to let the Russian oligarchs and those who've been sanctioned from shifting large sums of money out to actually have that opportunity, because it would actually have an impact on Russia's economy that would help to destabilize it, in your opinion, correct?
Well, Russia has been able to maintain its war effort because its banking system has continued, because money has not been allowed to flow out of the system. So the oligarchs who would normally invest in global opportunities have been forced to invest in Russia. Those opportunities will dry up quite quickly, and we need to ensure that we enable capital flight out of Russia to make those difficulties even greater.
And presumably the sale of fossil fuels by Russia, which have been quite beneficial for its economy, have also to be kind of more closely monitored, I guess.
Well, you've seen the tension between the United States under the Trump administration and countries like India, where they are trying to apply pressure to India to stop buying Russian oil. If you're going to make that happen, I think you have to increase the flow of oil from elsewhere, whether that's the United States itself or out of OPEC. You need to ensure that countries that are going to help you in terms of security are not going to be disadvantaged in terms of the ability to fuel, literally, their own economies.
So following Alaska, a bunch of European leaders, including the UK Prime Minister, went to the White House to speak with Donald Trump. And then, of course, the media started to talk a lot about the bilateral, possibly trilateral meeting with Putin, Zelensky and Trump afterwards. Do you see any value in the idea that this bilateral meeting might actually happen between Putin and Zelensky?
Well, all the focus has been on the optics and the rhetoric rather than the substance. And that's where we really need to make progress. We need to make progress on, are we going to get security guarantees for Ukraine? Are we going to ensure that Ukrainian territory is not going to be sacrificed in all of this? When these big issues are sorted out, then you can work out who is going to talk to whom and where it's going to be. I mean, yesterday we had all this stuff about, will it be in Geneva? Will it be Istanbul? You have to have something to talk about first. So let's focus on the substance and let's have a little bit less focus on some of the lesser important parts.
Ironically, Budapest was mentioned, which you mentioned earlier as the 94 site of the memorandum. So it would be an ironic venue if they chose that.
It would be, yes, it would be ironic, but there would be some who would think it was inappropriate, given that it was that memorandum in Budapest that was so badly betrayed by Russia.
There have been reports that Europe would impose more sanctions on Russia if Vladimir Putin does decide to reject any bilateral or trilateral meetings. What impact could those sanctions have?
Well, the biggest area where Europe could be effective would be in seizing Russian assets. Now, the Russian assets of about 300 billion have been frozen in Europe, and the interest on those has been used to help Ukraine. But if you really wanted to make a difference, you actually seize the assets and give them to Ukraine. 300 billion to Ukraine is more than we've actually spent in total between the United States and Europe so far in assisting them. And there is the question of reparations. Russia committed an act of aggression in breach of international law. They are required to make reparations for that. The chances of Putin actually parting with money and giving it to Ukraine, I would rate as absolutely zero. So what other mechanisms do we have? We've got those assets that were moved largely from America to Europe after 2014-15. Those could be used to help the Ukrainians arm themselves, protect themselves, defend their sovereignty, their people, their democracy, and also to rebuild the shattered parts of their country that have been destroyed by Putin's aggression.
Well, Salim, you've been very clear for many years now that you have zero trust in Vladimir Putin. If that's the case, if Vladimir Putin is such a risk, what real option is there to find a solution?
We should try to find a way of ending the killing in Ukraine itself, but we should be under no illusions about who Putin is and what he is. And I understand why Western politicians who are sort of hardwired to find compromise and accommodations, why they would want to do that. But pretty much all good people end up in the same place with Putin, which is he can't be accommodated. He is a tyrant. He's not a democrat. He's not answerable to the Russian people. He's not answerable to anyone at all. And he will behave in the way that tyrants do, as he has done, internally and externally. So what we, in the long term, we need to do is what we did in the Cold War, which is recognize there can't be a purely military solution to all of this. What we need to use is the financial strength of the free world, and to ensure that in the longer term, we undermine and, if possible, destroy Putin's ability economically to wage war against free, independent, democratic nations.
Well, many critics of the situation have been concerned that Donald Trump has rejected the idea, or at least dismissed the idea of a ceasefire prior to the talks, bilateral talks, if they happen, for example. To what extent is that a bad idea? Because of the fact that Russia can continue its kind of offensive, and it has actually seems to have boosted.
I thought the German Chancellor, Chancellor Merz, put it very well. It's very difficult to see Zelensky, President Zelensky, and Putin talking to one another if their troops are still killing civilians. How can President Zelensky sit down with Vladimir Putin if men, women, and children are being murdered during the night by Russian missiles and drones? Politically, that's really a bit of a non-starter. And I think you would have to have some situation where on the ground there was no conflict actually taking place before those talks could take place.
How much progress do you see in the statements by Donald Trump that he sees the need for security guarantees for Ukraine? I mean, he said no US troops on the ground, although he said military presence is a possibility.
Well, I think the president is absolutely genuine when he seeks peace and reconciliation. I think his patience has been sorely tested by Putin time and time again. I think he comes back hoping that something decent will come out of the Russian leader. But I think that increasingly the reality is dawning that you can't accommodate Putin. And there's a history here. If you remember President George W. Bush saying that he looked into Putin's eyes and saw a soul. Well, you know, Putin looked into his and saw a KGB file number. We had President Obama coming to office after the invasion of Georgia and having a reset, as they called it, let bygones be bygones with Russia. Putin looked at that and said, thank you very much. I'll just take Crimea, if that's your attitude. We need to really understand what we're dealing with, because wishful thinking is a very bad basis for foreign policy, and it's an even worse basis for defense policy.
There is still a feeling, however, that in spite of what you say about Donald Trump having some concerns about the situation and being played, or tapped, as you put it, by Putin, that he has a much stronger relationship with Vladimir Putin and Russia than with Volodymyr Zelensky, and that he still tends to kind of favor the Russian side. Do you think that's still the case, considering how things have developed?
I think the president genuinely wants reconciliation. I think he can see the prize that there would be were Russia to be brought into the fold. I just don't think it's going to happen under Putin. I think that Putin is a particular type of autocratic, tyrannical leader. His behavior shows he's not to be trusted. And I see no reason why he would change. He wants to keep Russia in a particular way. He's got imperialist tendencies, wanting to recreate parts of what was the Soviet Union. And I think that's not going to change. And I think that President Trump, like President George W. Bush, like President Obama before him, hope that they can find something good to deal with in Putin. And sadly, that their hopes have all been dashed sequentially.
There is a widely held opinion that actually he's more interested in becoming a czar-like figure than reconstructing the Soviet Union, having a more imperial kind of attitude towards things.
I think that's true with Putin. I think that he's also been willing to use the Russian Orthodox Church as part of that czarist approach. But he's a very dangerous man. He's dangerous to the people within Russia, and he's dangerous to the people outside Russia. And we've got to be very hard-headed in accepting that. It's in the minds of good people, wanting to see good in someone else is a very laudable and understandable trait. But it can be very dangerous when you're dealing with somebody like Putin.
I'll get back to the current situation in just a second, but as and when the time comes when Vladimir Putin is no longer around, is there a chance for Russia to reset, or is it likely that someone else with the similar kind of tendency might just be able to slip in and continue the policies of Vladimir Putin?
I think there were three ifs in that question. So I suppose it depends on the state of the Russian economy. Is it a stable economy, or will Putin actually leave it fundamentally weakened? It's much easier to take a peace economy and turn it into a war economy than vice versa. So there are big problems ahead for the Russian economy. How Putin will manage that, we don't know. Who's coming behind Putin? Difficult to say. Most of his potential successors have left under, let's say, less than clear circumstances. The Russian people, do they have a yearning for democracy? They have a yearning, I think, to control their own future and to live in a country where they are much more able to determine what happens to their families, their communities, and their nation than they have today. But impossible really to know. Russia doesn't really have a strong historical experience in democracy, really at any point. So yes, we have to hope for it. And we in the West have to prepare for a post-Putin era in the hope that we can help encourage change, but in a way much better than we did last time after the fall of the Soviet Union.
There's a bit of a paradox in the fact that the Russian people did taste the fruits of a more kind of market economy, capitalistic society after the fall of the Soviet Union. And yet the statistics show that so many Russians seem to be behind Vladimir Putin's actions. Perhaps it's a patriotic or jingoistic attitude, but there is that strange paradox.
Well, I think you're probably more likely to be the fact that there are no independent polls in Russia, and all the polls that we have are controlled by the Russian government. That will tend to produce the results that the Russian government want. But leaving that aside, so we don't actually know what the Russian people think. But if we are going to see reform in Russia, it has to be in a way that has tangible benefits on the street, and not just for the oligarchs and not just for the politicians, which is what we saw last time. And that needs to be better thought through.
Considering your perspective on President Putin, Do you see any value in him actually recently now agreeing that there should be security guarantees, that perhaps there could be some kind of monitoring system if there was a peace deal?
Anything that gives us a verifiable peace deal, great. As Ronald Reagan would say, trust but verify. And that is just as true today as when President Reagan said it in the Cold War. And we need to be able to make sure that it's there. But there's something else. It's not just a security guarantee. What's missing there is the word credible. Is it a credible security guarantee? Because if Russia thinks that the deterrence is missing, then he will act again. And you could, I think, very reasonably argue that the sanctions that we put in place in 2022 after the invasion of Ukraine should have been there in 2014 after the invasion of Crimea. And the ones we put in place in 2014 should have been there in 2008 after the Russian aggression towards Georgia. So the failure of deterrence and the failure of a credible deterrence is crucial. And anything that the West puts in place as a security guarantee needs to come with some hard and fast elements to that, whether that's an Article 5 NATO-type guarantee that an attack on Ukraine would be an attack on us all. We have to wait and see. But if it's not credible, it's not worth anything.
Do you see Ukraine ending up in NATO?
No, I don't actually in the short term, although I think it's their right to apply to become members of NATO. But NATO is a political as well as a military alliance. And they would have to meet a number of criteria that would make them an acceptable part of the political alliance, just as the same way as they would need to fulfill criteria where they're going to join the European Union. So I think that's some way off for Ukraine. I think Ukraine still has internal problems to deal with, not least a fairly widespread level of corruption that has plagued them for some time. Those things need to be dealt with. They can be dealt with. And Ukraine is, of course, as a free, democratic, sovereign nation, able to make its own choices.
On a slight tangent, why is there a need for NATO now? If we consider the Soviet threat has disappeared, and that maybe was the justification for the creation of the alliance, what is the real need for NATO now, especially if pretty much anyone can join it?
Well, pretty much anyone can't join it, otherwise we wouldn't be having this debate about Ukraine. There's the fact that Russia still has the largest number of nuclear weapons in the world, and they're still pointing at us. That's reason for NATO.
Do you believe Ukraine will ever get back the 20% that Russia holds right now of its land?
I don't think it's realistic to believe that Crimea will ever come back. I think that the Crimea probably disappeared when President Obama had the reset with Russia. I think that failure of deterrence probably meant that Crimea was lost. What happens with the territories that Russia's currently occupying remains to be seen. I don't think that Putin's going to give up the areas the oblasts that he controls 100%, where you got Donetsk, for example, where there's still a split. That is more difficult to see. But there's got to be, if Ukraine loses territory, there's got to be something for Ukraine in that, and that's got to be that Putin can't move a centimetre further into Ukraine in the future.
When Donald Trump talks about a land swap, in your opinion, what does that mean? Because there doesn't seem to be anything to swap for. Well,
it's not a swap. It's the aggressor being able to keep the territory they have taken by force. It's not really what we think about as a swap. You've got principle and you've got the brutal reality facing off here. The principle should be that no aggressor should be able to benefit from acts of war. But the truth on the ground is that you've got ruined parts of Ukraine that Russia is not going to give back, potentially ever. So that's where you get into negotiation. And that's where the credible guarantees of future security have to come in.
So, Liam, how do you regard the way European countries have come together as a sort of counterbalance to the US position when it comes to dealing with this matter?
I think that President Trump has been a wake-up call to Europe, but that's only because Europe wouldn't listen to previous wake-up calls. I remember as Defense Secretary way back in 2010 sitting around the table at NATO with the American Defense Secretary Robert Gates, who would say, you cannot expect the American taxpayers to continually pay for Europe's defence while Europe spends its money on welfare and consumption. When you now have the position where European countries make up 6%, 7% of the world's population, but 60% of social spending. Now, why should the American taxpayers fund that? So they've come late in the day to recognise they must spend more on defence, they must be more active in their own defence and not depend on riding on America's coattails. That's a good thing. That's a good wake-up call. And I think that they actually have responded quite well. And I think that British Prime Ministers, Boris Johnson, Rishi Sunak, and our current Prime Minister have all actually honourably filled the roles of good European leaders when it comes to understanding their responsibilities to the defence and security of the wider continent.
To what degree do you believe that Europe's unity in this matter, perhaps, as we've just discussed, is a result of American pressure rather than internal European fears that Russia has been proactive in the sense of a grey warfare in its tactics with Europe?
I think it's both. And I think that it depends where in Europe you are. If you are sharing a border with Russia, your view of your security post-Ukraine has very much diminished. So if you're in the Nordic states, the Baltic states, Poland, Romania, Hungary, and you're sitting looking right across the border at the country that has just by force taken part of Ukraine, killed tens of thousands of its armed forces, and killed and maimed civilians for no clear purpose. I think that you're probably a lot less sanguine about security than if you live in Western Europe.
But considering Russia's taken quite a toll in this conflict as well, it hasn't been the kind of few weeks affair that people thought it would be going into Ukraine, as Russia seemed to be so dominant. Does Europe really have that level of fear, grey warfare apart? Does it really have a fear that Russia could stretch itself out so far to try and destabilize or be involved in taking over other countries?
So what's the difference? The difference is that in Europe, we care about our armed forces. We would care about the human cost and the financial cost of a conflict like that. If you're Putin, he doesn't care. He's not answerable to his electorate. He's not answerable to a free media. There are no critics out there saying that the cost is too high. So just as, since you mentioned, taking an imperial view, the view of Russia was throw as many troops as needed into battle. And it doesn't matter what your casualties are. That's the view that Putin will take. I think the question that's very crucial in this is, at what point, even in Russia, does the loss become so acute, does the financial hardship become so great that the public will just not stomach the conflict?
But does he have the resources? Does Vladimir Putin have the resources? I mean, it's been proved that he's used North Korean troops to supplement his. Does he have the resources to take things further?
Well, he has an economy that's a war economy that will be unable to produce wealth. So the longer the war goes on, yes, there will be a toll that is there. But you have to understand the mind of Putin, his imperialist, aggressive tendencies to want to control Ukraine, which he believes is Russia, remember, is greater than his fear of any domestic resistance to his program. That cannot last forever in the real world, but he can last for a long time. And as long as people are buying Russian oil and enabling him to fund his war, he will continue as best he can. And if that means releasing more prisoners from prison to go onto the front line, bringing people in from North Korea or any other favorable dictatorships around the world, that's what he'll do. And as long as the Iranians are helping him supply of weapons, missiles and drones, then he's got his allies on whom he can depend, at least for some time.
Since January of 2025 and Donald Trump's return to the White House, he seems omnipresent. With executive orders, he seems to be such a dominant figure in what's going on in the world. Do you get any sense that perhaps Europe has been kicked into a very underdog position in having a say in what's going on here?
I think to an extent the reverse, possibly because of that great influence that President Trump has had, that European leaders have stepped up to the plate a bit, particularly on this, and they were not passive in this process. After the Alaska summit, they were very quick to get to Washington. So no, I don't take that view. And also, you know, in the West, we have to understand the American political system. You've got a president newly elected in his second term. He's got control of the House of Representatives. He's got control of the Senate. But America has elections in November next year. That could change.
But still, looking at the sort of global optics, can Europe kind of step out of Donald Trump's shadow?
Europe needs to make some changes. I mean, Europe needs to be looking at its trading practices, for example. Whatever you think of the president's tariff policy, he's got a point when it comes to the EU, that the EU has been using non-tariff barriers and technical barriers to trade as an alternative to financial tariffs. So, you know, he's right that there needs to be change. Maybe we're just seeing a little inkling of the need for change amongst European leaders.
Briefly putting on your international trade secretary hat, the one you wore for a while, does the level of tariffs, though, that Donald Trump talks about and the way he threatens them, is that good global practice when it comes to economics?
It has a different impact depending on the sort of economy you're dealing with. If you put tariffs on a country that only sells basic commodities, that has no value added, then you will definitely harm those economies. And I think that whatever the financial plus that the administration sees for the United States, you have to weigh that up against what if I make it more difficult for developing countries to trade their way out of poverty? Will that trigger a wave of global migration, which is the one thing that I also don't want in policy? So sometimes I think that in Western governments, the people who make the economic policy and the people who make the security policy don't properly talk to one another, and the dots don't really get joined up.
Going back to the Russia-Ukraine conflict, there is a feeling among many people that the world has let Ukraine down, was slow to act, hasn't been decisive enough as a community. Where is the rest of the world in this? We've talked about America, we've talked about Europe. What about other countries around the world? Where are the others? Where's China in all of this?
Well, China, I don't think is particularly bothered that the West and Russia are daggers drawn. That's not in the disinterest, if you want to put it that way, of China. Others are much less concerned. They see that as a European issue. I think that Ukraine was let down when we did not deter Russian aggression. And if I was to put my finger on it, I think that the reset under the Obama presidency with Putin was the ultimate failure of Western deterrence, and I think much has flowed from that.
But is there also a tendency at a global level for countries to become introspective now? The US, of course, seems to be so much more introspective under Donald Trump, of course, his Make America Great Again policy. Is that what's happening? Are we deglobalizing?
Well, I think at the political level, there is a tendency for countries to become much more introspective, to become, if not isolationist, at least more nationalist. And yet, at the same time, in the real global economy, we have had such a level of integration of supply chains that the idea of pulling those apart would cause so much disruption as to be not worth any economic gain that might come. And so again, you've got the world of politics and the world of business not necessarily being in the same place. I'm with the world of business. I think ultimately it's those interests that will be longer lasting, and they will be to the benefit, particularly of those parts of the world who don't yet share in the good luck of the wealthiest.
Well, that's almost the perfect segue, talking about your role in business, to discuss your role as the chairman of the Abraham Accords from the UK perspective. Tell me about the work that's being done, because you're now planning to launch a fund as well.
So we have something called the Abraham Accords Prosperity Group. It basically has 4 pillars. The Abraham Accord Prosperity Fund, which is an investment fund that we plan to launch in the near future. A project called REACH, run by the NAS group of companies, talking directly to young people in English and Arabic in the region to say, you should have opportunity. We will give you the chances to grasp that opportunity, but to talk to them in a language that is much more familiar and through social media. We also have a think tank network, including Trends in the UAE, including the Amadeus Institute in Morocco. And we have, fourthly, our advisory council, the great and the good, helping to guide us and promote us. And we're building those. And we're doing that because if you want to effect change, it can't be done just by a financial instrument. You've got to create an ecosystem which is sustainable. I've agreed to chair this grouping for 10 years. My wife thinks I'm mad, and maybe she's right. She usually is. But we need to show commitment, long-term commitment. Part of the problem is that the initiatives that we have had are very top-down. Where is the benefit on the Arab street, for example, of these initiatives? Unless young people can see that there will be something different for them, that they will get dignity and hope and opportunity from this, it is otherwise it's meaningless. And also, how do you put in place the mechanics over time that go beyond the sort of democratic mandates of 3 or 4 years that Western governments tend to have? How do you give investors confidence? How do you give young people confidence that they genuinely have friends out there who are in it for the long term? That's what we're trying to change.
The overarching issue, though, is that since October the 7th, 2023, anything that really concerns the Abraham Accords has taken quite a hit, certainly psychologically, on the Arab street. What kind of damage has it done to your goals, to your aims to try to create some kind of better world in that environment?
I don't think it changes our aims or our goals. It perhaps makes the environment in which we're doing it more difficult. But, you know, whatever happens, if you like, at the statecraft level, we still need to have a greater share of prosperity across the whole of the Middle East, North Africa region. And we need to ensure that younger people are able to share more in the prosperity that in Europe or the United States we would take for granted than they have been allowed to do in the past. And that means, how do we get more of the economic opportunity, for example, in the service industries, instead of countries buying business services from Europe or America? Why are we not trying to create more of them in those countries themselves?
Who do you see contributing to this fund?
Well, we have a number of high net worth individuals, but I would also like to see the sovereign wealth funds and institutions do something that they really can do, which is invest in peace. That's the real challenge for us.
And is it the sovereign wealth funds largely from the Middle East region, or do you see this as truly global?
Well, we've had a lot of interest in the United Kingdom and the United States, but in the region itself. And we have to encourage those in the region to invest in the future of the region. And we have to ensure that, as I often say, if you've got the same DNA as your parents and you make the same choices as your parents, you end up in the same place. And we can't afford that. We need to break that. Here we are in the United Kingdom, a country massively shaped by our history. But there are those in the Middle East who are not shaped by their history. They're prisoners of their history. We need to help them break out of that.
Just a final thought then. Are you getting the sense that ears are open to your requests and your pleas for some kind of progress?
I think that people are recognizing that we cannot continue as we are. We have to create a different future, and we're not passengers in that future. We can be the prime movers in our own destiny, and we can choose to effect change if we want. And people will say, well, this is a terrible time to be launching a project like that. Well, is there a good time to launch a project like that? And if you're looking at the long term, you have to start somewhere. And I hope that those who support our aims will support our program, because it's something that has to be done as a whole global community if we're to achieve the results that we want. And its benefits will not just be felt in the Middle East, they'll be felt globally. And that should be as much an attraction to us as anything else.
Well, Sir Liam, I wish you luck. Thank you very much for joining me, sir.
Pleasure.
That was Sir Liam Fox, the former UK Defence Secretary, talking about the latest situation in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. That's it for this edition of the show. Don't forget to subscribe and leave your comments. From me and the team in London, thanks for watching. I'll see you next time.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe,
Make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Lisbon. Here's what you can see, eat, and do in Europe's most scenic capital, Lisbon. First on the list, Fado. Melancholy will always be a part of the Portuguese psyche, and Fado is the way it is best expressed. Lisbon's profoundest passions and sorrows are heartfelt in Fado, which are haunting strains of which can be heard throughout the city. Fado music interprets saudade, an emotional and heartfelt yearning that's sung over mellow guitar tunes. The most popular icon of this type of musical expression is Amália Rodrigues, who was born in Lisbon and is known as the Queen of Fado. Her contributions in music were instrumental in popularizing Fado to the world. Simply dining in one of the many restaurants in Lisbon that stage live Fado performances will give you the experience you need. Next are the neighborhoods. The neighborhoods in Lisbon have very distinct personalities, each with a unique history. The oldest one is Alfama, a Moorish quarter. The maze of narrow cobbled streets and steep alleyways that surround the castle conjure up images of an Arabic Kasbah. There you will find elegant shops, historic cafes, and chic restaurants. You won't fall short of festivals to attend in Lisbon. In June, the capital celebrates St. Anthony's Festival, also known as the city's biggest and brightest street party. Thousands of locals come in colorful costumes, parading down Avenida da Liberdade in honor of their favorite saint. And then, of course, there's the Nós Alive Music Festival, which lasts for 3 days. Then there's the Superbox Super Rock concert program, which takes place in Parque das Nações. Finally, there's the food. In Lisbon, food is affordably cheap, but intensely delicious. They always serve a dish of the day, or prato do dia, and can be considered among the cheapest in Europe. Being a seafaring nation, fresh fish and seafood are of course staple in most restaurants. The cod or bacalhau is a must-try. Lisbon's Mediterranean cuisine involves Brazil, Mozambique, and other ex-colonies spice up the ethnic menu. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
This place might control the future. Welcome to Greenland. So what's hidden here that everyone wants? At first it looks empty, just ice, snow, nothing happening, but even the name is misleading. Greenland's around 80% covered in ice. Sources say it was named over 1,000 years ago by a Viking called Eric the Red, who wanted to attract settlers, so he called it Greenland to make it sound more appealing. Basically the world's first real estate marketing trick. But today, the real value isn't the name, it's what's under the ice. Greenland holds massive reserves of rare earth minerals, lithium, uranium, copper, and even iron, the same materials used in electric cars, smartphones, renewable energy, and modern weapons. In other words, Greenland isn't empty, it's a warehouse of the future. Now, here's the bigger question. What happens as the Arctic melts? New shipping routes are opening across the top of the world, linking Asia, Europe, and North America. Russia is already developing and using northern Arctic routes to move exports between Europe and Asia. And China is investing in Arctic trade with Russia to find shorter alternatives to traditional routes. That puts Greenland right in the middle of future global trade. Then there's politics. Greenland belongs to Denmark, but it governs itself and could one day become independent. The United States already have a major military base there used for missile detection and space surveillance. So what if the US controlled Greenland? It would control critical minerals. It would sit on the world's next trade highways, and it would gain a permanent military position between America, Europe, and Russia. So Greenland isn't just ice, it's resources, it's leverage, it's power. And that's why this frozen island might end up shaping the future of global politics. Greenland was never green with grass, it was green with value. Future may prove it was the most accurate name Eric the Red could have chosen.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Keep the Soviet Union out, the Americans in and the Germans down. That was NATO's first pseudo-mission statement. Since then, has it lost its way? Tensions over Greenland, the Iran war and defence spending have many questioning unity within the alliance. It might be beefing up its arsenal, but is NATO weaker than ever? I'm Melinda Nucifora. You're watching Counterpoints. There's a growing sense the NATO Leaders Summit is becoming less about strategy and more about sweet-talking President Donald Trump. Just days ahead of the summit, the president was on social media, again berating the Allies' defence spending. But last month, he said there was something he cared more about than money.
I just want their loyalty. We don't need their money. We don't need anything. We have the most powerful military in the world by far. But I just want loyalty. You know, we're so loyal to them.
NATO's expansion and forward posture will also be discussed. Critics argue the organisation is no longer, if it ever was, a purely defensive alliance. Instead, they say it fuels instability and aggression. When you hear comments like this from Secretary-General Mark Rutte, you can perhaps see where those comments are coming from.
We are on the cusp of the transatlantic defense industrial revolution. I'm asking you to take a leap and show our people that we are ready and capable to protect them anywhere at any time. And show Russia and all those watching today that the transatlantic defense industrial base is mobilizing with purpose.
So, coming up, we'll debate if NATO is weaker and more divided than ever, whether the US needs NATO as much as NATO needs the US, and if the alliance remains a purely defensive bloc. Stay with us. Joining us for this discussion is Sir Michael Fallon, a former British Defence Secretary. Dr. George Samueli is back with us, a Senior Research Fellow at the Global Policy Institute and author of the book Bombs for Peace, NATO's Humanitarian War on Yugoslavia. And rounding out this Counterpoints panel is Rachel Rizzo, Senior Fellow in Strategic Studies Program at the Observer Research Foundation. To all of you, thanks for being here on Counterpoints. Well, the NATO summit comes at quite a flexion point for the alliance. President Trump has questioned the cornerstone of Article 5, and the US has increasingly appeared reluctant to finance European security, and the White House has threatened to annex Greenland from European and NATO member Denmark. NATO's adversary, Russia, has boosted its defence production and capabilities as the war in Ukraine drags on, and European countries didn't heed the call from the US to assist with the war against Iran. So a tricky time for the alliance. So, Michael, is NATO weaker and more divided than ever?
No, that's not the impression I got. And I've been in Ankara at a side event alongside the summit. The controversial decisions were really taken last year. NATO did agree to its defence investment plan, its new targets. And I think you're going to hear over the next couple of days that, members of NATO are stepping up now. And I think that's what the United States really wants to hear. So I don't think that is actually going to be as controversial as people think. That new targets have been agreed. And one by one, the different members of NATO are stepping up, some moving faster than others. I think there's more likely to be discussion about how we stick by Ukraine. Clearly, Ukraine needs more help in dealing with the missile and drone attacks. And then how else we can reassure the United States that Europe is taking a fair share of the overall burden, and that we are ready to step up and to backfill if the United States chooses to move troops or missile defence to any other part of the world.
Dr. Samueli, how do you read the situation?
Well, surprisingly, I agree with a lot of what Sir Michael has said. I don't think that NATO is weaker. I don't think it's on the brink of disintegration. I think much of this is a kind of a Punch and Judy show that President Trump enjoys. He loved doing that during his first term. He would arrive and start berating other NATO member states. You're not doing enough on this. You're not doing enough on that. You're not spending enough. And then during his first term, he complained about the Nord Stream pipelines. Why are you giving money to Russia and while we're supposed to be defending you from Russia and so on. So I don't think any of this is really a serious fight between the United States and Europe. In fact, what's really happening here is that the Europeans are indeed spending a lot more than they used to. And that is exactly what Trump wants. And that is, in fact, what the Americans have wanted for a long time, which is that the Americans can maintain their kind of global hegemony and do it while they can focus on areas that are particularly of their concern, namely the Middle East, dealing with Iran, and of course dealing with China in the Far East. So they're basically assigning particular responsibility to the Europeans to say, well, look, you're very rich, you've got a lot of money, the European continent, it's really your responsibility. We will, of course, take overall charge. NATO will be under our control, but primarily this is going to be your responsibility. And in fact, also all this, argument back and forth is only strengthening NATO, which is exactly what the United States has wanted.
Okay. Ms. Rizzo, how do you see that? Do you read it the same, that this isn't a very serious fight, that this is a little bit of posturing, but really perhaps shows the depth of strength within the alliance?
Look, I think you can read it a couple of ways here. I mean, as soon as Trump entered political office in early 2016, or late 2016, NATO was immediately on the chopping block, and you started having these major fights about whether or not the United States was committed, whether or not the United States would stand by its Article 5 commitments. But at the end of that argument, I think at the heart of it for Europe was really this question of what does Europe need to do in order to keep the United States engaged? And what does Europe need to do to secure its own continental defense? And I think there were a lot of disagreements, I should say, amongst Europeans over the last few years, because many believed that a stronger European pillar in NATO, a more Europeanized NATO, would in fact result in less America, less commitment from the United States as the Europeans became more independent and capable themselves. Now, I've always been one to say that I think the opposite is true, that a more capable Europe would indeed create a scenario where the United States, in this case, the Trump administration, was more committed to European defense because it would feel as though the Europeans were not free riding. And I think that's what we've seen happen. I think that there was a lot of disagreement amongst Europeans on how to deal with Trump over the first few years, even when he entered office again. But I think there's broad agreement amongst Europeans now that the European pillar in NATO has to be strengthened, and the future of the alliance really depends on that particular thing. And I think that it is bringing in a scenario where NATO is actually more unified than it is divided at this time.
Well, I hope we're not all just going to agree with each other tonight, because it's beginning to look that way. I was there at Trump's very first summit in May 17, when he arrived, and he was fairly rude to almost everybody, and was threatening, if you remember, to withdraw troops from Europe. Actually, if you look at the 4 years of his first term, he didn't do that. He actually increased the number of US troops in Europe, and he then made a very good speech in Warsaw that summer, recommitting to the principle of Article 5. So, there's a certain amount of bluster going on here. But beneath it all, the Russian threat has grown. And I think the major economies in Europe are now really stepping up and spending more. There is a more interesting discussion, which partly bears on what's just been said, as to, are we going to go on buying American weaponry? What are we doing about the capabilities that we don't have? The heavy lift, the air-to-air refueling, the sophisticated missile defense, and so on. What are we going to do about that? And what is interesting, I think, about the defense finance bit of the summit, and you're beginning now to see announcements by some members of NATO of collaborative programs that they are going to work together. Britain is joining in a precision strike program with France and Italy and Denmark, for example. And I think we're going to see more of that. That doesn't mean we don't want the Americans to help. Of course we do. But it does help, I think, show the Americans that we do accept the challenge. This is our continent, and we've got to defend it.
I'm going to come to Russia and what sort of threat that poses to Europe in a little while, but I do want to pick up on the idea. We've had some comments from President Trump saying that he, as he was arriving, meeting Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan on the sidelines of the summit, saying that he was very disappointed that NATO wasn't there for the US when it needed them, and he's referring to that war in Iran and the resulting catastrophe in the Strait of Hormuz. He says that NATO let the US down, especially when you consider that the US has been indirectly supporting Europe with regards to Ukraine. So, Ms. Rizzo, what do you think? Did NATO let the US down when they needed them?
No, I actually don't think so. I mean, you had European leaders come out and say that this wasn't their war. I mean, the Spanish prime minister was very forceful on this front. And at the end of the day, Trump doesn't like to be countered, especially in such a public way, and especially in a scenario where the United States was kind of losing, if I'm being honest. I mean, I think you can, depending on who you talk to, you can look back on this decision that the U.S. made in Iran and really question the logic behind it and really question whether or not it was a success. But I think for the Europeans to see that and to feel like they were potentially going to get dragged into something that wasn't necessarily their decision, their choice, an outcome that wouldn't necessarily affect their continent as much, I think it was a difficult decision for them. But then you had a scenario where they did start feeling the knock-on effects. You started having spikes in energy prices. You started having, Trump say publicly about how he felt like the Europeans had turned their backs on America, et cetera, et cetera. And it really created a rift there. So I think that the Europeans did the right thing, made the right choice. But I probably knew all along that those choices were going to create tension with the Trump administration, because that's just how things go with this administration.
Well, I don't agree with that, if I may say so. I really don't agree with that. The Europeans have an interest in stopping Iran developing its nuclear program. The European countries have an interest in stopping Iran from destabilizing the rest of the Gulf. And I don't think Trump was asking us to put troops in or to necessarily to join in the strikes. He was asking for relatively simple things like overflights and the use of bases. And I think we got that wrong. And above all, the Strait of Hormuz, of course, is not an American supply route. It's our supply route. It's the oil and gas that Europe is depending on. And certainly we should have been prepared to help there, and we should now be prepared to help there as soon as there is an agreement in place, so that we can actually enforce the freedom of passage along the strait. So I think there is a European there is a European case for doing more of what Trump wants. Now, obviously, we all take slightly different approaches from country by country, but I think Trump is right to say, there is a European agenda here, and we should be helping more.
Dr. Samuele, Rachel, did you want to pick up on anything?
Hold on. Can I get in?
Yeah, go.
First of all, first of all, the question of the Strait of Hormuz, there was freedom of navigation up until February the 27th. I mean, the issue of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz has only emerged as a result of the attack on Iran by the United States and Israel. There was no problem before the attack. So the countries now start talking about addressing the freedom of navigation when there was absolute freedom of navigation prior to the attack. No, please let me finish. You've spoken, so Michael, please let me finish. Second of all, there is an argument which I think is an interesting one that Trump can make against the Europeans. The Europeans have been pushing the Trump administration really from day one to get much more involved on behalf of Ukraine, get really very seriously behind Zelensky, and very seriously involved in, I think, very dangerous and very reckless actions against Russia. Trump has been reluctant to do so. Trump, in fact, has said over and over again, this is not my war, this is Biden's war, this is the Europeans' war. But nonetheless, he's feeling that, hey, well, if I'm going to be involved in this war in the way that you Europeans want me to do, I would like something in return. I would like your support here. But the way I think this is Trump's argument, the way it's working is that, we're not getting support from you on things that matter to us, which is the Middle East. Leave aside whether it does matter or not, but we're not getting support on things that matter to us. But you want me to get very dangerously involved in a war that matters to you, but not to us. And he said this again and again. Ukraine does not matter to us. We have an ocean separating us from Ukraine. This is not my war. So that's, I think, part of the Trump argument against the Europeans. Hey, you want us in Ukraine, but you're not prepared to help us on things that matter to us.
Well, I don't disagree with that. I really don't disagree with that. I slightly pick you up on Hormuz. So, we did have problems with the passage through Hormuz. We had tankers being attacked, by Iranian patrol boats and the rest of it. But there we are. I think you're right about, the feebleness of Europe over the Ukraine. When they're now negotiating, is it the 21st package of sanctions? That's taken 4.5 years. Yeah. It's exactly, but it's taken. What happened to the previous 20? It's taken a long time for Europe really to enforce effective sanctions and to police them against Russia and to give Ukraine the weapons that it needs. So there, I think we can agree. But I think we also have a bigger issue, which is we have to persuade the Americans that these aren't two entirely separate theatres. We have, North Korean troops being involved fighting in Ukraine. We have Chinese weaponry there. In the end, this is all one big theatre. These are countries that wish us harm. China, Iran, North Korea and Russia in their different ways right across the board. And we have to persuade the Americans that as it's one theatre, we've all got to work at this.
Ms. Rizzo, do you want to jump in there? Particularly on the retaliation to some of the points you made with regards to Europe by Dr. Samueli and Sir Michael there, but also do you see this as part of a broader theatre?
Yeah, of course, you can't separate the two. You can logistically, but when it comes to the question of, geopolitics, alliances, partnerships, they all sort of, they do end up blending together. But what I would say about the war in Iran, I understand why the Europeans wanted to kind of sit back at first and see how it would play out. There is, I think, a major question about how Trump makes decisions in terms of foreign policy. He made the decision to nab Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela. He's, talked many times about wanting to own Greenland. I don't blame the Europeans for wanting to sit back for a minute and see how this would potentially play out before they decided how to get involved. Of course, when there's some sort of, ceasefire, peace agreement, negotiation, they will and should have a role in this. As, Sir Michael Fallon said, this does affect Europe. The Strait of Hormuz is a choke point that affects Europe directly. It's their oil and energy line. And so I see that, but I also see the other side where Trump is so mercurial in his decision making that it really puts leaders, I think, on the back foot and leads them to a position where they have to decide and take some time to decide how they want to be involved.
Well, it'd be nice, you're right. It would be nice for the Allies to feel they are being consulted on these things, rather than just informed when some of these actions are already being taken. But on the other hand, I think too many of the Allies have been very precious about overflights and the use of bases. These are American bases. And, the operations are designed in the end to help protect European interests. And, whether it's Britain or France or whatever, other NATO countries, they do have interests in the Gulf. We have our own bases there, but we also have very strong commercial and long-standing historic ties there, and we do need to be involved. And I think, to some extent, because we haven't been consulted and we've gone off in a huff, it's actually made it more difficult to get the European allies fully engaged.
If we're talking about Europe, let's turn our attention specifically a little bit more directly to the situation with Russia there. It feels as if the only thing we ever talk about in the lead up to and perhaps even during NATO leaders' summits these days is spending. Who has met their targets, who hasn't met the targets, who's at the receiving end of President Trump's freeloading criticism. Many European leaders have acknowledged that increased contributions from Europe are long overdue. But we are also seeing a troop drawdown from the US. So, Michael, let me ask you, is America's changing posture in Europe emboldening Russia, do you think?
Well, I think Russia is emboldened anyway, and we've seen an intensification of its campaign in Ukraine, the appalling attacks on civilian buildings and so on across Ukraine. But we've also now seen incursions on the edges of NATO airspace. We've seen attacks on NATO's cables, and a huge element of cyber warfare now, which may or may not be masterminded by Russia or Russian or non-state actors in Russia. So to that extent, the Russian threat has increased. I don't think that's been created by the United States. I think the Europeans ought to ask themselves, why is it, 80 years after the end of the Second World War, there are more than 80,000 American troops guarding our frontier, our eastern frontier. I wonder at that. I think it's a wonderful thing. But, that is our job. This is our continent. And we should be deploying there, whether we're Spanish or Belgian or, or whatever. We should be out there on the eastern frontier doing that.
Mm. Well, this is, in fact, I think, where we will have a disagreement, because I do strongly disagree with that.
I knew you would.
Because to the extent that Russia's doing this and Russia's doing that, well, that is largely in response to what NATO is now doing in Russia. These are deep attacks inside Russian territory. Now, Ukraine isn't doing them by themselves. Ukraine is doing it with the assistance of NATO powers, chiefly the United States, the targeting of very strategic targets inside Russia. All of that is being done through the use of satellite technology provided by the United States. And of course, the drones, the missiles, everything else that is going to Ukraine, this is all done by the NATO powers. Now, Russia is not going to indefinitely tolerate this. But we know this. This is obviously not going to indefinitely tolerate, and this is the point that I made earlier. NATO is behaving in a reckless, irresponsible way that the public in NATO have not fully understood how dangerous the situation has become. There have been repeated warnings coming from Russia that we will not tolerate this indefinitely, because you are not anything other than, you NATO powers, other than co-belligerents. And as co-belligerents, you are legitimate targets. And I think this is where it's going. And this is why, going back to your original question, which is, well, we're always talking about money, 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 money. But the real question is, how do we develop a security system on the European continent? Not, oh, let's have 80,000, 100,000, whatever troops in Europe. How do we get a security system that guarantees everybody's security, including that of Russia, rather than creating alliances directed at Russia, which was always bound to end in disaster? There were plenty of people who warned that it would end in disaster, and sure enough, it did end in disaster.
George, look, it's not been NATO that's been invading other countries. It's Russia that's invading Georgia.
It has actually.
It's Russia
that has been invading other countries.
Just a minute. It's Russia that invaded Crimea. It's Russia that invaded Georgia. It's now Russia that's invaded the whole of Ukraine. And if you're saying, when a country like Ukraine, any country under the United Nations Charter, is fully entitled to ask its friends for assistance, is fully entitled to purchase weapons from its friends and to use them in its own self-defense.
And to become, therefore, legitimate targets because they are co-belligerents. That's the point. And as a matter of fact, NATO has been aggressive power throughout
that is ridiculous. If you're saying
Yugoslavia was a NATO aggression. There's a Libya NATO aggression. The whole process of NATO expansion, defensive powers do not expand. NATO expansion was always aggressive. It was aggressively directed at Russia. And so it has indeed been aggressive. And it was bound to provoke a reaction from Russia.
Nonsense. You know perfectly well NATO is a defensive alliance of
NATO can say this to its heart's content. You do not get to decide whether.
All right, Doctor, we'll just let Sir Michael respond, and then I'm going to hand it to Rachel.
any democracy outside NATO is perfectly entitled, democratically, its government to decide to join NATO.
That isn't true. Everybody else has a say.
Okay. All right, Dr. Samueli, just let Sir Michael finish his thought.
Really when the United States, I just want to make a very quick point.
I will come back to you, Dr. Samueli, to remake your point. Sir Michael, finish your thought there, please.
I'll finish it very briefly by saying, if you're really saying nobody could help Ukraine, Russia must be given a free pass, then you're sacrificing the rest of Georgia.
No, it was not a free pass.
Possibly,
there was a negotiation.
Possibly other countries in the Western Balkans.
No. So Michael must not be allowed to say.
Ukraine is entitled to ask its friends for help.
There was a negotiation process at Minsk. It went on for 8 years. 8 years, during which time Russia was perfectly happy for the incorporation of the Donetsk and Lugansk oblasts within Ukraine. It was an 8-year negotiation process. The invasion of February 2022 came at the end of 8 years of essentially lies and deceit on the part of the NATO powers.
All right. Ms. Rizzo, I want to bring you in here as well, because I know you've been trying to make a point.
I mean, it's definitely, this moment makes up for the fact that we were all agreeing with each other in the first segment. But what I will say is, like, it feels like we're having two different arguments here. You can sit here and argue about whether or not NATO should have had its open door policy, whether or not NATO should have enlarged. That's one conversation. But the other conversation here is whether or not Ukraine has a right to defend itself and ask for help from its partners, and whether or not Russia has wrought this response on itself, which it absolutely has. And so I think those are two different conversations and two different debates that you're having. Certainly, I think Russia, you can talk about NATO's open door policy and how Russia felt like it had been closed in upon. I understand that, but that does not give it the right to invade its neighbors. And Ukraine has every right to defend itself because it's part of the European continent, and the outcome of the war in Ukraine will have a direct effect on NATO and Europe's continental security. So absolutely, NATO and European allies are approaching this the right way. There's no other way to approach it.
All right. I also
morally,
there was a negotiation process in place in 2022, which could have ended the war. Istanbul, there was already that agreement had been initialed, and then Ukraine walked away from it under the persuasive tongue of British Prime Minister Boris Johnson.
Dr. Samueli.
So you don't have any obligation to help Ukraine once you walk away from a very good deal. It wasn't a good deal for Russia. It was a very good deal.
But that's come. That has come and gone. Sir Michael.
Ukraine had no wish to give up its territory and shouldn't be forced to do so. Now, there's a moral point here. Let me finish.
Dr. Samueli, please let Sir Michael finish. Dr. Samueli. Sir Michael, go ahead.
There's a moral point here that Rachel has touched on. It can't be right to allow Russia to use long-range weapons to blow up civilian apartment blocks in Ukraine cities, and then to get all worked up and say, Ukraine should not be able to fire long-range weapons back at key targets in Russia.
Dr. Samueli, please allow Sir Michael to finish his point.
I'm going to leave it at that. The Minsk process is irrelevant to this. You can't force Ukraine to give up sovereignty just because Russia wants it. That's again completely immoral to say just because Russia claims something that Ukraine ought to have given it up. They were never going to give up territory. Indeed, under their constitution, it's very difficult for Zelensky to come to any kind of agreement about changing his borders. Anyway, the big point.
I do want to ask you a question.
I have to jump in. There are two separate points here about what Sir Michael has said. First of all, the Minsk process from 2014 to 2022 did not ask Ukraine to give up any territory at all. All that was asked was a change in the constitution to grant autonomy status to Donetsk and Lugansk. It was that process,
which is in effect giving up their territory.
No.
Okay, but Dr. Samueli, we are certainly not here today to re-prosecute the Minsk agreement. So I'm going to move us on, or else we're going to run out of time.
But you said something that's incorrect. No, I'm just want to say, but that's a separate from the Minsk agreements that was ready to be signed in April of 2022
Okay.
that was sabotaged by Boris Johnson.
Okay.
And that also did not ask Ukraine to give up any territory. So these are two separate agreements that Russia had signed on to, neither of which required Ukraine to give up any territory.
Okay, but the fact that they were even having that discussion with Boris Johnson is the fact that Russia invaded in the first place. Sir Michael, let me ask you something that Dr. Samueli has raised, and I think it's an interesting point. How do you separate the assistance of individual countries who just also happen to be NATO powers? Does that not allow or open them up to being legitimate targets, the same way that we saw the spillover across the region in the Iran conflict? Other countries were considered legitimate targets because of the support they provided to the United States. So if European countries are supporting Ukraine in that way, why are they not the same legitimate targets?
Because they're supporting Ukraine legally under the United Nations Charter of Self-Defense. Ukraine is perfectly entitled, as I've already said, to ask its friends for help, to ask its friends for weapons, and some countries are doing it, and not all members of NATO have been supplying weapons, but some have decided to do so very slowly and very reluctantly. I wish we'd done it earlier. Many thousands of lives might have been saved if we'd responded by sending weapons to Ukraine right back in 2014. I regret we didn't do that. But, you know, that's perfectly legal to supply weapons to them.
Not legal. Read what Article 51 says. Article 51 says something different. It says, pending a decision by the UN Security Council, which ultimately has the decisions on security. But even if you were right, no, Article 51 isn't an unconditional, you can do whatever you like to somebody that you claim is under attack. But even if that were correct, even if your interpretation of Article 51 was correct, that doesn't mean that Russia cannot then say, you are a co-belligerent. And we're really getting sick and tired of you manufacturing these missiles that are killing Russians, destroying our infrastructure, destroying our cities. We've had it. We thought we dealt with this problem, and we think that it's legal for us to attack a co-belligerent. So you can invoke Article 51. Russia will also invoke Article 51.
Okay.
Look, I've read Article 51, and of course, you know, the Security Council, any resolution there would have
ultimate responsibility.
Just let me finish. Would have to have Russia's approval. So that is a non-starter. Now,
those are the rules. That's the UN rules. I'm afraid you can't just pick and choose.
Just let me
Dr.
finish.
Samueli,
Just let me finish.
Dr. Samueli,
Keep interrupting.
please.
Look, the key difference here is what Ukraine is doing is attacking legitimate military targets that are supporting Russia's military operation. What Russia has been doing is attacking civilians, blowing up civilians in their beds, in apartment blocks right across the Ukrainian cities. That is what is immoral.
Military targets as well.
Okay, I want to bring in Ms. Rizzo here. Do you think that there is a real and present threat to Europe from Russia, that NATO does need to be on this offensive front footing? Or do you think that a lot of this is rhetoric, but it's not a clear and present danger?
Well, I think it depends on how you define the word threat. Have I ever thought that, you know, Russia was going to roll tanks across the Baltics? Probably not. I don't think that's what we're looking at. But I do think we see a persistent sort of gray zone attacks on European soil all the time. We've seen meddling in elections. We've had, you know, murders on European territory that Putin has carried out. We've certainly had threats, Russian threats against various European members.
Dr. Samueli, please. No, absolutely not.
Yes. I'm sure. Can I ask a question?
You absolutely know this for a fact.
First of all, Ms. Rizzo will finish her point.
Yeah, I mean, yes, you know that for a fact. I mean, you can sit here and debate this.
Please tell me.
Dr. Samueli, let Ms. Rizzo finish her point, and then you can respond to her.
I think you're saying this so that we can debate each other. It's like being willfully ignorant. You know, come on, let's just all start from the same.
You are quoting. Sorry, you are quoting without any criticism the claims of Western intelligence services.
Okay, all right, and that's fine, and that's her right, because this is her time to speak. So that's Ms. Rizzo's it's time to make her point if that's what she ascertains. So please continue.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely okay. And I think that because Russia has made the decisions that it's made, in certainly in places like Ukraine, which, as I've made the point before, is on the European continent, it is up to Europeans to defend itself and to ensure that the threat doesn't move further west to its, not just at its front door, but on its continent. So absolutely, they should be arming the way that they're arming. They should be spending the way that they're spending.
Let's start again. Is Ukraine a member of NATO?
No.
Is Ukraine a member of NATO? Is Ukraine a member of the EU? So there's no obligation whatsoever to do anything for Ukraine. You're just saying, oh, it's on the European
It's not a question about obligation. It's a question of what is in their interest.
It really is.
It's a question of what's in their interest. It's in their interest.
Well, it's in our interest. Is it in our interest? Is it in our interest to have a retaliation by Russia because Russia just simply got fed up with you waging a war on Ukraine's behalf? Is that in our interest? Is it in our interest to have Russian missiles landing in Germany, destroying missile factories and drone factories? Because that's where we're going to. And that is no question. That's where we're heading.
Yeah, which is why Europe needs to defend itself. It's exactly why Europe needs to increase its spending and defend itself.
We'll have a world war on behalf of Ukraine.
I'm staggered we should have this kind of apology, for what Russia is doing. Let's look at the fact. We've had 3 invasions now of, Crimea, of Georgia, and now the full-scale invasion.
Crimea was not invaded.
Let me finish, George. We've had interference in the Western Balkans. We've had the cutting of cables in the Baltic. We've had somebody murdered in one of our cathedral cities.
Who bombed Yugoslavia? Who bombed Yugoslavia, Sir Michael?
Dr. Samueli, that's not what we're talking about. Sir Michael, I want to ask you, can Europe afford to stage this sort of defence, given the economic constraints faced by many countries, this boost that we're all wanting in defence spending? Can Europe afford to do this without the United States at the current level?
No, I mean, we can't afford not to do this. We have to defend ourselves properly. We used to spend much more on defence. Towards the end of the Cold War, we were spending roughly twice as much as we're spending at the moment, and we need to get back to that. We can't expect American taxpayers to pay when we're not prepared to do so, and when we're spending all the money instead on welfare programs or other objectives. I'm quite sure that Ukraine, by the way, signed up to sort of net zero, or signed up to child poverty targets. You can't do any of these other things that are socially desirable unless you can defend yourself first. And that's why, we've got to hear the message from President Trump. And it wasn't just Trump, by the way. It was Obama who signed 2% more than 10 years ago at the Wales Summit. We've got to listen to what the Americans are saying and step up. Now, the really good news from last year's summit in The Hague is that the European allies really are stepping up. We've got countries like Poland, like Germany, like the Baltic states, even countries that are much poorer, like Romania, spending far more now than they were. And it's my own country, Britain, actually, that's lagging behind.
OK, we're almost out of time, so I want to bring us to our final section because I want to give us a little bit, we've got about 10 minutes left, to discuss the defensive or otherwise nature of the NATO alliance, because the motto from NATO's first Secretary General was keep the Soviet Union out, keep the Americans in, and keep the Germans down. It doesn't really sound a lot like defence. It sounds like preserving power and control. And there are critics of the bloc that argue that it's just a tool to exacerbate global wealth and power inequalities and keep all the other nations subordinate, I suppose. Dr. Samueli, I know what you're going to say. So first of all, I want to give it to Ms. Rizzo for our final question. Is NATO less about defence and more about an instrument for global north asserting power and dominance?
No, I think if you want to look at a tool of the global north asserting power and dominance, you could look at something like the G7. I mean, this is really where dominance comes from, is through economics and power of, GDP. If you're looking at the NATO alliance, obviously, I think it has changed as an alliance since it was originally founded in 1949. I think the last time NATO really had a unifying purpose and something that all allies stood behind was after the attacks in 2001, and you saw NATO allies stand behind the United States after that in a way that you hadn't really seen NATO unified before or after. And I think after, over the last 10 or 15 years or so, the purpose of NATO has always been there. It's been defensive, but I think they've sort of been chasing a unifier. And I think that when you had the annexation of Crimea in 2014 or 2015, when you had the full-scale invasion of 2022, NATO really sat back and said, this is why we exist. We exist to defend the European continent, to defend the North Atlantic region, to work together, to create efficiencies between different defense programs, to have a set of values that we defend. I think it goes beyond, just defense and military hardware. And that's, I think, really at the heart of NATO. So no, I don't think it's a way for it to assert global power or global domination. It hasn't ever tried to do that. But in a sense, I think it has, in a way, sort of changed its meaning as times change. And that's, I think, why it's been so successful over the last 75 years.
Dr. Samueli, was NATO ever a purely defensive alliance? Is it still? Or is it an instrument of power from countries like the US, like the UK?
Let's look at the chronology. NATO was founded in 1949. That's 6 years before the founding of the Warsaw Pact. It was called the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, yet it incorporated Greece and Turkey and Portugal very, very early on. So even at the time when NATO was set up in 1949, very, conservative voices in the United States, like Robert Taft, George Kennan, said, the Soviet Union is not going to look upon NATO as a defensive alliance. They're going to look at it as a threat. Now, if you want to make the argument that basically it didn't really do very much during the Cold War, you can say, okay, it really didn't do anything very much. However, since the Cold War, it's done rather a lot, and there's nothing that you can say that NATO has done since the end of the Cold War that can be said to be defensive. When you start expanding, and when you start expanding by incorporating Russia's former allies as your military allies, when you start expanding right up to Russia's borders, there are 5 NATO states currently on Russia's borders. When you do that, when you start bombing Yugoslavia, Russia's traditional ally, and when you then start threatening essentially to continue your expansion into the Caucasus, into Armenia, Azerbaijan, all the way through to the Far East, and when you bomb Libya, all of these things, which are in clear violation of the NATO Charter. Look at Article 1. Article 1 says absolutely nothing out of area. Involvement in Ukraine is a violation of Article 1 of the Charter. Nothing out of area. So when you do all of that, no, NATO is not a defensive alliance. And as the former, Bill Burns, the former CIA director under Biden, when he was ambassador to Russia, said, Ukraine is an absolute red line for Russia. If we try to move Ukraine into NATO, this is going to end in a war. So what George Kennan said, and anyone with any common sense knew that Russia would regard Ukraine in NATO as a mortal threat, and Russia would react. And so we'll talk, this is good and that's good. There is less and less of Ukraine. This war will continue and continue, and there will be less and less and less of Ukraine at the end of it. Okay. How this is benefiting anyone beats me.
All right. Wrap us up, Sir Michael, as we come to the end of our debate.
Well, I was hoping patiently that there might be something in what George was saying that I could agree with, but I don't. This is a defensive alliance. It's the most successful defensive alliance in history. And it's worked up to now. The only time the Article 5 has been triggered, as Rachel said, was to help get the allies to help defend the United States under threat. Look, countries are free to join the Warsaw Pact or to join the NATO alliance. And I don't think, anybody should have any veto over who should join what. What is interesting about NATO is it is an alliance of democracies. And that's why you've seen these tensions over the sharing of the financial burden. And we're accepting now the American criticism. We need to be spending more. And you're seeing tensions over how we develop the dependencies on which we've depended for too long on the United States. Some of these more expensive capabilities, we will have to get on now and collaborate and have programs to produce them ourselves. But, I'm sorry, I can't find anything in what George has said to agree. NATO is a defensive alliance. Most of Russia's border does not have NATO as a neighbour, by the way. We've never invaded any part of Russia or anything to do with Russia. But when friends call for help,
would have
we're
perfectly
entitled
happy
to
with
send them
Russia
there.
and China forming military alliances with Mexico and Canada. No problem there. You just go ahead, station your forces in Mexico and Canada. We don't have any problem. I'm sure that's exactly how the United States would respond.
Look, it's a democracy in NATO. The stationing of troops, these things.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Samuel. We're almost out of time.
The
decisions they take in the NATO Council tomorrow will be taken democratically.
Deployed its missiles in Cuba. Hey, no problem here. You can deploy your missiles. It's a sovereign decision by Cuba. No, we don't have a problem. Yeah, that's not how the United States responded. It's not how any West European country responded. So we should then allot to Russia the same respect. They don't like a hostile military alliance on their borders.
Okay,
so they should be free to invade who they like, should they? Anybody? Estonia?
No, they shouldn't be. No, they shouldn't be. But they shouldn't be threatened either. That's why security has to be security for all, not just for NATO, but for Russia. And then we might have peace and stability.
Okay, all right. Round out your point, Sir Michael, and we'll wrap it up.
Well, there's a moral issue here. It's Russia that's crossed borders. It's Russia that's invaded sovereign countries, breaking a treaty that the Soviet Union and its successor country, Russia, signed, breaking the Budapest Treaty, breaking the Helsinki Treaty, crossing other people's sovereign borders and doing it by force.
Okay.
We have to resist that kind of thing. Otherwise, we're going to get more.
Nothing to do with the Budapest Memorandum.
Okay. All right. We're going to have to leave it there. We're going to leave it there. But it's been a very interesting discussion. Sir Michael Fallon, former British Defence Secretary, thank you for your contribution, sir. Dr. George Samueli, Senior Research Fellow at the Global Policy Institute. It's always great to have your diverse opinion as well. And Rachel Rizzo, thank you for joining our panel. Senior Fellow at the Observer Research Foundation. All your contributions have made this a very interesting Counterpoints debate. Thank you for being here. And to you at home, thank you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. Be sure to keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And of course, you can follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan.
What is happening today in the Middle East is not a fleeting moment. It is a new chapter in a long conflict between the United States and Iran, a conflict whose chapters have extended for more than 4 decades, transcending traditional borders and fronts. A struggle for influence, fought through sanctions, covert operations, and proxy wars. an American-Iranian conflict that has redrawn the balances of the Middle East. Its repercussions are still being written to this day. To understand what is happening today and how we reached this escalation, we must go back to the history of the conflict between the two sides since the Khomeini Revolution in 1979 until today. Following the fall of the Shah's regime, students loyal to Khomeini stormed the American embassy in Tehran and held 52 American diplomats for 444 days in a crisis that shook relations between the two countries. When negotiations failed, Washington tried to end the crisis militarily through a secret operation known as Operation Eagle Claw in April 1980. But a sandstorm in the Tabas Desert led to the failure of the operation and the death of 8 American soldiers, turning it into one of the most embarrassing American military operations in the 20th century. During the first Gulf War in the 1980s, the conflict moved to the waters of the Gulf. In 1987, Iran targeted the American oil tanker Bridgeton with a naval mine, prompting Washington to respond with military operations against Iranian naval targets. In April 1988, the United States launched Operation Praying Mantis, a direct naval confrontation between the two sides, after the American destroyer USS Samuel B. Roberts was hit by an Iranian mine in the Gulf.
After receiving further data and evaluating information available from the Persian Gulf, we believe that the cruiser USS Vincennes, while actively engaged with threatening Iranian surface units,
A few months later, the Strait of Hormuz witnessed one of the most tragic incidents in the history of this conflict, when the American destroyer USS Vincennes mistakenly shot down an Iranian passenger plane in 1988, killing 290 civilians. With the advent of the new millennium, the confrontation moved to new arenas of intelligence and technology. In 2011, Iran shot down an American reconnaissance drone near the Fordo nuclear facility, then announced in December of the same year that it had seized control of the advanced RQ-170 Sentinel spy drone after hacking its systems. In 2016, tension escalated again when Iran detained 10 American sailors after they entered its territorial waters in an incident that turned into a media crisis between the two countries. However, the confrontation reached an unprecedented level in June 2019, when Iran shot down the latest American reconnaissance drone over the Gulf in an incident that almost pushed Washington to launch a direct military strike before it was canceled at the last moment. In early 2020, the United States assassinated Quds Force Commander Qasem Soleimani in an airstrike in Baghdad. Iran responded by launching ballistic missiles at American bases in Iraq, in the most dangerous direct confrontation between the two sides in decades. In the following years, the conflict took a broader and more complex form through proxy wars, with repeated attacks on oil tankers and commercial ships in the Gulf and the Red Sea, and increased attacks by Iranian-backed militias on American bases in Iraq and Syria, turning the region into an open battlefield between the two sides. With the outbreak of the Gaza war in 2023, the region entered a new phase of escalation. the scope of tension expanded to include Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and the Red Sea, with mutual attacks and scattered military operations, turning the conflict into a wider confrontation in the region. In 2024, the region entered an unprecedented phase of escalation. Iran launched a direct missile attack on Israel. It moved the confrontation from shadow wars to direct strikes launched by Iran on Israel in response to the bombing of its consulate in Damascus and the assassination of leaders from the Revolutionary Guard, Hezbollah and Hamas. Meanwhile, after years of conflict, Iran was managing the confrontation with Israel and the United States through its widespread proxies in the region, until the biggest shift came in 2025, when the conflict entered a new phase. In that year, the confrontation known later as the 12-Day War broke out, with Israel launching Operation Rising Lion on June 13th to strike Iranian targets, followed by American strikes in the middle of the night on June 22nd on nuclear facilities in response to Iran's nuclear progress. Iran responded by shelling American bases and Israeli sites, escalating the confrontations in a war that lasted 12 days, during which Iran directly targeted Israel with an unprecedented series of missile and drone attacks. During those 12 days, the Middle East seemed to stand on the brink of a full-scale regional war, with unprecedented activation of air defense systems and exchanges of strikes at unfamiliar depths between the two sides. Although the open confrontation stopped afterward, the old balance had been broken. As for 2026, the last lines of containment collapsed, and at dawn on February 28, the region began a new phase of direct confrontation, in which events accelerated dramatically, with wide-scale airstrikes launched by the United States and Israel on military and nuclear targets inside Iran as part of two military operations named Fierce Anger and Lion's Roar. This escalation came after the collapse of nuclear negotiations between both countries, while Iran continued enriching uranium and refused to halt its nuclear program.
ما تسلیم فشار در این قضیه در هر قضیه دیگه.
The first strikes focused on military installations and the infrastructure of Iran's nuclear program, particularly sites linked to the development of missile capabilities and sensitive facilities in Natanz and other areas inside Iran, in an attempt to weaken Tehran's strategic capability. During the first hours of the attack, pivotal events shook the structure of Iranian leadership, as the strikes resulted in the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ellie Cohanim, along with a number of senior military commanders linked to the Revolutionary Guard, dealing a severe blow to Iran's political and military leadership.
حرم جمهوری اسلامی ایران شهد شهید گوارای شهادت را نوشیدم.
But the Iranian response was not delayed. Tehran announced the launch of Operation True Promise 3, beginning a wide wave of missile and drone attacks targeting Israel, in addition to civilian sites and oil facilities in the Arabian Gulf, Jordan, and Iraq. With the expansion of the strikes and counterstrikes, the confrontation quickly turned into an unprecedented direct war between Iran on one side and the United States and Israel on the other, with continuous Iranian targeting of Arabian Gulf countries and Erbil, pushing the Iranian regime to also deploy one of its most prominent arms in the region, Hezbollah, in Lebanon, to expand the scope of the confrontation and open a new front on the border with Israel, where it fired 6 rockets toward sites inside Israeli territory, a move considered a clear message that the war is no longer confined to one front. British bases in Cyprus were also attacked by drones. However, the Israeli response was not delayed. Israel launched a wide series of strikes targeting Hezbollah's military infrastructure in Lebanon, along with sites and field commanders linked to the party. as well as elements of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, believed to be overseeing military coordination between Tehran and the party inside Lebanese territory. Tehran also used its allied militias in Iraq to target American bases and interests in an attempt to open an additional front in the confrontation. Tension expanded to reach Azerbaijan after Baku announced the foiling of attacks and intelligence operations attributed to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. These included attempts to target sensitive sites and the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan oil pipeline, which provoked Turkish and Gulf condemnations and fears of the conflict spreading to the South Caucasus. In conclusion, this conflict has been described by many concerned parties as an attempt to bring about structural change in the Iranian regime and to redraw the balance of power in the Middle East. Since that moment, the region has entered a new phase of escalation, where the confrontation is no longer limited to proxy wars, but has turned into an open multi-front confrontation that may change the shape of the region for many years to come.
The entire Western world has agreed with for many, many years. So
it feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room. I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. President Trump threatens to target Iran's bridges and power plants unless Tehran returns to the negotiating table. China's economy has missed its growth target as the Iran conflict and weak domestic demand put pressure on the world's second largest economy. And England faces Argentina tonight for a place in the World Cup final, with Lionel Messi taking on the Three Lions for the very first time. Now, Donald Trump is threatening to escalate the conflict with Iran, warning the US could target bridges and power plants within days unless Tehran returns to the negotiating table. The comments come as the two countries fire for a fourth straight day, and reports suggest Trump has been meeting advisors in the Situation Room to consider a broader military offense. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, professor and international relations expert, and correspondent and columnist Gemma White. Dr. Ellie and Gemma, great to have you both on the show. Dr. Ellie, let's begin with you, because right now we've seen further US strikes on Iran earlier today. Do you think military pressure is now the only thing that could bring Iran back to the negotiating table, or was this US strategy not having the desired effect?
No, unfortunately, good evening, first of all. Thank you for having me, Leigh Ann. I do believe, unfortunately, that what many of us argued that is going to be the situation has been proven to be true. this Iranian regime is not willing to negotiate, is not willing to give in on the key aspects of the negotiation. They were not willing to give in on the nuclear file, not willing to give in on Hormuz, not willing to give in on the ballistic missiles, on the drones, on the support for militias in the region. And in general, again, this regime has proved that it is unwilling to actually change its behavior and become a normal participant in this part of the world. As a result, it seems that the only way to bring them back to the negotiation table and the only way to get to an agreement is to break them militarily. And this puts us in front of the question, is this feasible, and is the US president willing to pay the price for this? I don't think the regime, by definition, is a regime that is able to change its behavior. So the confrontation is deemed to continue, unfortunately, and the price is to be paid by everyone involved in this conflict.
And Gemma, do you think there's still room for diplomacy, or has the conflict already gone too far? Because we actually did hear from Iran's top negotiator a little bit earlier on, that's Qualibaf, and he did say if Iran is not going to benefit from the Memorandum of Understanding, we have no reason to adhere to such an understanding. But I think it's important to point out that neither the US or Iran have left the MOU to date.
This statement was quite surprising to me, because when the statement came out, it was around a month ago when this 14-point MOU came out, we were all very shocked at how weighted in favor of Iran it was. And we were asking ourselves, what is the US actually getting out of this? So for, Iran to now be saying that they felt that they were getting nothing from that 14-point agreement is quite astonishing. Now, despite everything, diplomacy between the US and Iran is still possible, but a comprehensive, durable agreement, possibly not at this stage, especially considering the timing in the immediate aftermath, as you said, 4 days of exchanging fire. Now, but this is a pattern we've seen repeated throughout this conflict. The relations have followed a pattern of escalation, followed by negotiation, escalation, negotiation, rinse and repeat. And the current diplomatic framework, although under intense strain, is still vaguely in place, and both sides have been willing to keep their back channels open for negotiation, even as tensions have risen. Now, there's a few reasons why the path to an agreement is still a viable one, and that's that neither side appears to want an indefinite war. For both sides, there's the financial aspect, and also additionally for the US, there's the reputational aspect, and they're going to want to avoid another open-ended Middle East conflict. And Iran does want to avoid economic pressure from sanctions and the very obvious internal instability that's going on in the country right now. Now, they both have much to gain from reaching an agreement. The United States wants limits on Iran's nuclear activities, that has never changed, and more regional stability, and obviously shipping to come through the Strait of Hormuz, and Iran wants sanctions relief, access to international markets, and assurances against future military attacks. We're also seeing that the mediators, Qatar, increasingly Qatar, Oman and Pakistan, they have not given up either. So the mediators haven't walked away. They're continuing to facilitate indirect talks. So there is a path. Don't know how long or what that looks like, but it's still there.
And Dr. Ellie, I wonder if economic pressure is going to bring Iran back to the negotiating table, because we did hear from Iran that there's $270 billion reconstruction costs when it comes to the country. Obviously, we're seeing high inflation in Iran. We're seeing unemployment in the country. The US reimposing its blockade on the country, plus sanctions. Do you think that this will cripple Iran enough for them to say, OK, we're open to negotiate? Or do you think that they're now fighting for survival?
Again, I tend to agree with everything that Gemma says, because the logic says so, and because, again, it's the normal interest of both parties to go to a resolved solution through negotiations. However, unfortunately, I don't think the regime in Iran thinks through logic. They think through their ideology. They are willing to give up anything to preserve the ideology, to survive as a regime, as you mentioned, Leigh Ann. And eventually they are willing to have the people and the economy pay the price for it. I don't think the economic pressure alone could be a factor that would force them to the negotiation table, because as any totalitarian regime, they will find ways to channel any remaining amounts of funds or supports to a war economy that will ensure their survival. Again, this is, we're talking about no way out, no clear way out at least. The price is going to be too costly on the Iranian people, first of all, but also on all the region, but also on Trump himself, as Gemma mentioned, the economic problem, the finances of the military being here for such a long time, all the cost of the war that is now more than $30 billion. All of this is to be seen whether he will be persistent enough to continue ensuring not only the economic pressure, but also the military pressure will be enough to bring this regime back to the table. And here, I also ask myself the question, is there anyone in Iran who is able to guarantee that the signature done will be implemented? Is there anyone in Iran in control enough to speak on behalf of the whole country? Because we're seeing more and more division, not only in rhetorics now, but also in actions, where they claim that a rebel group has actually triggered the first ships attacks in Hormuz a couple of days ago. And then we saw the IRGC actually claiming that the Hormuz would be closed. So more of this makes me unfortunately not optimistic, or actually pessimistic on how long this war can continue and about the prices that are to be paid.
And a question for both of you. Gemma, I'll start with you. We're just having a news line through that Kuwait says its armed forces intercepted 4 cruise missiles and 21 drones from Iran. And that was on Wednesday, which is today. We've also seen Iranian attacks on both Kuwait Jordan and Bahrain. Right. So right now, we are in the situation where the GCC is obviously coming under attack, the neighbouring countries. What needs to happen? Do the GCC, Gemma, need to have a collective statement out? What's their position?
I do agree. I think it's time for a statement to be put out, from all the nations that are involved here. I don't know for how much longer, the sort of economic impact can be borne by quite a few nations, especially the ones who are dependent on tourism, tourism coming back as well later on in the year. We've talked about how much patience must be wearing thin here. We've talked about divisions, inform alliances as well. But I think this is a time to be putting those divisions aside and collectively a show of force that they're not going to be prepared to put up with this much longer without taking action themselves.
Dr. Ellie, what are your thoughts? Do you think the GCC countries are now running out of patience?
I do believe that, I don't know if they're running out of patience or not. I know they are paying the price of this war. They did not choose, they did not accept, and they did not engage in. They are paying the price for it, and they cannot afford to continue to pay the price in such a manner. The least that should be done is, again, a Gulf initiative, most probably led by the KSA. It needs to be an action of collective defense measures and collective interactive economic measures that could revive and support the economies. Without that, it's going to be really problematic, notably for the smaller countries that are being targeted more than others. But then nobody is immune. Even the largest countries of the region need to consider this as very serious and as a collective matter, not only as a national matter.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we now move on to another story. China's economy has posted its weakest quarterly growth in more than 3 years, with slowing domestic demand and the war in Iran impacting results. That's despite there being a surge in exports. At the same time, Beijing is pushing back against a US-backed sanctions bill aimed at countries buying Russian energy. Gemma, let's start with you. Is China's slowdown, do you think, just a temporary setback, or is there a sign of deeper economic problems?
So China's slowdown is an amalgamation of a few things, and most importantly, I'd say the two main are cyclical downturn and a structural shift within the country. And most analysts are agreed that the economy is unlikely to return to the double-digit growth rates that defined the 2000s and the early 2010s. That's not to say, obviously, collapse is on the horizon, but rather China is entering a period of slower, more complex growth, and it's driven by demographic, financial, and geopolitical changes. Now, some of the key issues here are the property sector reset within the country. Now, for the past couple of decades, real estate was a major engine of growth, but the collapse of several major developers and a weaker housing demand has seen the sector struggling to regain momentum. There's also the shrinking workforce. We are seeing now the effects of China's one-child policy really starting to bite because China's population is declining and aging. There's fewer working-age people, which means slower labour force growth. It means higher pension and healthcare costs. We also have weaker consumer confidence. Now, Chinese households have become a lot more cautious about spending. There's concerns about employment. There's concerns about housing values and future incomes. So they are putting their money away in savings, possibly for the rainy days ahead. But ultimately, as you said, we have to remember China is the world's second largest economy, a global manufacturing powerhouse, and a leader in sectors including electric vehicles, batteries, renewable energy, and many advanced industrial technologies.
And when it comes to the property market, that was really sparked back in 2021 with the default of Evergrande Group. It was one of the main property developers in China. We saw that go under, and that sort of burst the property bubble. And China's really struggled to get itself back up to where it was when it comes to real estate. But Dr. Ellie, also bubbling in the background of all of these results we're seeing in China, the impact of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz for a time, is these new US sanctions on buyers of Russian oil. Do you think that this is more about hurting Chinese economy or more about policy for the US? Because they have spoken about this before, and it's to stop Russia's war machine in some respects.
I mean, definitely there are potential conspiracy theories that everything that is happening, including in Iran, is just part of Trump's plan to hinder China's growth and economic superiority in some aspects. I wouldn't go that far. I would say that it is definitely a byproduct of so many factors, as Gemma was mentioning. The Chinese economy has been built around the globalization altogether. And this makes you so vulnerable for any problems in the world, including the supply of oil and gas, including the breaking of the chain of supplies, including the severe tariffs and the whole policy of Trump to step out of the globalization market. All of these factors tend to have a big effect on China. In addition to, I think, the structural problems that no matter what you try to do, you are still in a communist economy and a strongly controlled economy that people have the tendency to flee. And we have seen the huge number of Chinese millionaires moving out, billionaires actually, moving out of China into Australia, New Zealand, into the US, into Canada, and all these other places. So China really needs to redefine its policies with the changing wave of the international global markets. On Russia specifically, I do believe that the break that Trump gave for Iranian and for Russian oil, because he needed to keep the oil prices under control, is not over yet, especially with the resumption of the military actions. He might need to rethink that if he wants to keep controlling the oil markets, and he might need to reconsider the permission for Russian oil to be sold to China and to other players. But if he doesn't need it, definitely he is benefiting as the US, as the main producer and exporter of oil. He is trying to benefit as much as possible without having to give in to Iranian or to Russian oil as he had to do before. I don't think it is directly targeting China. It is part of his general policy and the result of his conflicts in Iran.
One thing I find fascinating, Gemma, when I had a look at the Chinese economy, some analysts are arguing that there is a bright spot in it that has actually helped China significantly, and this is EVs, it's electric vehicles. China's now become a very big exporter of electric vehicles around the world, and also they've been used more and more in cities around China. So Ubers are now electric, lots of cars that people drive are electric, and they're saying that actually this is helping diversify China away from so much reliance on oil like we've seen before. So in some respects, China is trying to slightly move where their economy is always benefited from.
I will say, I mean, I've been in the UAE now for 21 years, and for the majority of that 21 years, the car brands that I would see on the roads were, you know, the same sort of familiar ones, you know, your Fords, your Chevrolets, that kind of thing. And the past couple of years has just been, every other car has been a BYD, it's been a, you know, Jetour. There's been so many Chinese electric vehicle brands. They have become so popular, that's all I'm seeing now. And they are brilliantly made, you know, they are overtaking your classic kind of car makers and manufacturers. So this doesn't surprise me in the slightest, and it does seem like this could be one of the really important ways forward for the economy.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's been a really fascinating when you have a look at China and the economy when it comes to EVs. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And the UK government is planning overnight social media limits for 16 and 17-year-olds. Apps like Instagram, TikTok and YouTube would be switched off by default between midnight and 6 a.m. in a move officials say will help teenagers sleep better and spend less time online. Dr. Ellie, we've spoken about this before when it comes to Australia, but now we talk about the UK. Will an overnight social media curfew actually help teenagers, or will most of the teenagers just switch off the setting because they can bypass it and carry on as normal, basically? We find a way around things, I think.
Well, two things. First of all, kids, especially teenagers, will find a way around anything that you put in place. That's for sure. And the second point is, I think it's the duty of governments to try to support in that direction. However, they will never replace the role of parents and the role of parenting per se. So, yes, it might be good to introduce such measures, such restrictions, to request and require different social media platforms to have some regulations to protect children under 18 or teenagers. But it's always going to go back to the parents and how they see and oversee what their children are doing at home or outside the home. There's never 100% guarantee that could replace parenting. And the kids are becoming smarter and smarter. Again, they know the technology faster than their parents, and they know the tricks faster than their parents, and they can simply go around as much as possible. It's an uphill battle for the parents. Good luck.
Yeah, uphill battle for the parents, as you do say. But I find it quite fascinating, Gemma, because obviously Keir Starmer set this policy because he's outgoing. It was his last PMQs did, and everyone was saying, oh, was it a rush to set a legacy? And what we are seeing in the UK now is obviously they brought in these rules, but teenagers can opt out. So it's quite a confusing situation. A lot of people say this has been a failure on the part of the Labour government. So do you think government should be setting limits, or like Dr. Ellie, do you think the parents should be playing a bigger role?
Well, first of all, of course, there is going to be the option to opt out. You know, the UK is not a police state. It's not a draconian state. They are not North Korea. They can't just say, right, we're going to switch off the internet, you know, from 12 till 6 every single day. So the opt-out has to be there. You know, you don't want to treat people like children. You still have to give them the autonomy to make choices themselves. I'm on the side of this kind of not legislation or guidance, should we say, at this point. I think governments should be providing providing guidance and then taking the next step of setting limits, which is what the UK government is doing. Now, they already regulate, products that affect children's health and safety. And I think social media should be treated similarly. So for me, this isn't about government replacing family decision making, but it's about giving parents additional tools. And also, it can, by an extension, could give things like schools, added information about teaching digital safety to children. Now, one thing I think we can probably all agree on is that social media companies have done absolutely nothing when it comes to providing safety measures, when it comes to age verifications on their platforms. We've seen leaked documents which show that they've long known about the addictive nature of their platforms, of their products. And we also know that parents cannot be everywhere 24/7. And whether you have children or you don't, this isn't a parenting issue. This is a societal issue. We all benefit when we live in a society where the young people coming through, who are the future taxpayers and the future caregivers, are able to be, decent functioning members of society with good mental health. Now, children don't fully understand, even teenagers don't understand or have the maturity to recognize or manage the sort of veracity of online risks, about addictive design features, that kind of thing. So we've already seen the UK, has banned social media for under 16s, and several other countries have put in these kind of limitations. So I actually think, obviously there's always going to be critics, and yes, there is the opt-out clause, but I think it's a step in the right direction, and it is the government starting to show the tech companies, we're on to you, we can put in our own limits if you don't put your own in, as safety measures.
And Dr. Ellie, I just wanted to pick up on that a little bit, because I don't have children, but I do think it is a wider societal issue. I agree with what Jem is saying, and I do think the tech companies just haven't taken enough responsibility when it comes to the addiction of so many of their apps. And we were just talking about a little bit earlier, we see TikTok challenges, which have actually proved deadly when teenagers take part in these, and it's quite scary. And I wonder what tech companies should be doing to try to help parents, because I don't feel they're doing very much.
Again, I think I agree with everything that Gemma said, but I am a bit more flexible on how much can we require the state to do, because it's a big difference whether the parents are facing all of the odds and all of the multi-billion-dollar companies alone, or is the system at least equipping them with some tools that they can use to first control what their children are doing and understand what their children are doing, but also to face the addictive nature of social media and of what the big techs are forcing onto their children. So I do believe that parents need to be supported in this, but I also do believe and do consider that the big social media companies need to be held more accountable to whatever they are putting or allowing their platforms to be used to. Does this mean more control and less freedom on what people can do on social media? I'm all for that. I don't think anybody should say anything or do anything and then share this with the whole world. I mean, we used to say that your stupidity would hurt the people around you. Now your stupidity can hurt the people all over the world if you find colleagues that could actually follow what you're suggesting them to do.
Yeah, Dr. Ellie, that is a really good point. I don't know what you think, Gemma, but I think sometimes the less people put their personal life on social media, I think it will help all of us out a little bit. But I do think it's interesting because the BBC actually went around and interviewed loads of school children, Gemma, when this came out and the government was about to implement them. And they asked one junior school girl what she thought of it and what she'd do in the evenings now that she wouldn't be able to have access to her social media. She said, I'll just stare at a wall. And that went viral. And it made me wonder, right now, is that where children are maybe learning from, where they're getting their education, maybe where we had to read books? Things have changed a lot now.
Social media has become so all-encompassing that if a child or a young person can't envisage doing something else if they're not, you know, doom scrolling for hours on end, then again, like I said, it's a societal issue. Then we're failing in that respect. Yeah, I think it's very interesting, you know, the fact that things like reading, you know, team sports, even just imaginative play are kind of falling away because it's easier. And we've all been guilty of it. The hours just kind of can disappear. And that's what these platforms are designed for. They're designed to keep you on it, to the detriment of absolutely everything else in your life, especially young people's lives.
Dr. Ellie, you work with young people, young adults. Are they doom scrolling, or are they doing some work?
Oh, definitely. No, even us, I mean, we find ourselves, you know, doom scrolling before we sleep and waste a lot of hours. It is addictive in its nature for adults and for children. So it is definitely more dangerous for children. We're definitely going into a younger generation that, as Gemma said, knows so little and experiences so little as they grow up. And this is why we are challenged, all of us, educational institutions, parents, society, to create something that is interesting to them to do, even if we have to push them a little bit, maybe not force them, but at least push them a little bit to have these experience of outdoor, of other things, of other people, and of other kind of activities other than scrolling. They could actually count sheep while they're looking at the wall. Maybe they will fall asleep.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But I must say, sometimes my algorithm, what it picks up on when I'm doom scrolling, it's all about like animals doing funny things, and then it just goes down a completely different road night after night. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. Happening right now, England is facing Argentina in Atlanta for the World Cup, a semi-final. It's a heavyweight clash featuring Lionel Messi against England, and that's for the very first time. Meanwhile, the Three Lions manager Thomas Tuchel insists there's no risk with Jude Bellingham despite intense scrutiny ahead of the kickoff. Gemma, I hear the score is still, no one scored, so it's still 0-0. So
28 minutes on.
28 minutes on, 0-0. I mean, is this a surprise or not really? Because it's two of the world's best teams and there's a lot of history and it's a very big test for England.
I did just do a quick score check. I won't lie to you. Yeah, this is England's biggest test of the tournament so far, certainly. But the fact they've gotten to this point, you know, to the semi-finals, shows they are more than ready. Plus, their journey through the tournament has been infinitely more difficult than Argentina's, which, if you're following conspiracy theories, which I know Dr. Ellie is going to be talking about, you might think that was by design with regards to FIFA. But there's obviously a lot of focus on this match, and I do feel like the history and the rivalry between the two teams, as well as on-field personalities, have somewhat sort of overshadowed the actual game in the run-up. Plus, you've got the tension off the pitch around amped-up rhetoric, political rhetoric around the Falklands Islands. So you've got politics, you've got Maradona's infamous hand of God, you've got David Beckham's 1998 World Cup, red card against Argentina. You've got a missed penalty in the World Cup. And the fact this is, as you said, Messi's first time against England. Now, all of this either has the hallmarks for an all-time World Cup classic or an absolute circus. Only time will tell. But I think ultimately, if you're going to use your critical thinking, you'll realise that most of this noise is just kind of online noise. And when you cut through the noise, the stats are clear. Of the 14 times that the two teams have met, England has won 6, Argentina has won 2, and there have been 5 draws. So I'm just going to let those stats speak for themselves.
The stats speak for themselves. And I mean, everyone watching England right now and supporting them are hoping those stats are right and they'll be in our favour. But Dr. Ellie, Argentina, you know, there's been so many claims around Argentina getting all this special treatment, and I don't know what your thoughts are on that. And is it just a lot of conspiracy talk, do you think? Or do they want Messi to win the World Cup? Is this the whole point?
Yeah, I'm not a conspiracy theory.
Oh, Dr. Ellie, that's not true. You know all the conspiracy theories. You always tell us you're not, but
I know
you
about
know them.
I don't believe in them. That's the difference.
Okay, fair.
So definitely, I think we've seen that there's been some what you call favoritism towards Messi. But I wouldn't say that this is, or anybody has actually the ability to control the outcome of a game, let alone of a whole tournament. It's simply impossible. It's the players on the ground with the ball. Even if you call in a foul or you don't call in a foul, it's still a lot of what is happening on the ground. Is Messi liked by many people in the FIFA? Maybe, I don't know, maybe by people in the administration in the US or in the organizers of the game? Maybe, but again, this cannot decide the fate of every match and every goal and then the performance of every player. We've seen the performance of Messi, we've seen how well he's done, and also the path. It also relied so much on the result of every game. So even the path that turned out to be much easier for Argentina than it was for England, it could not have been decided or predetermined in a specific way. Altogether, I think Argentina deserves to be where it is, but also other teams deserved it. In the competition today, history tells us that England has maybe a slighter upper hand there, and they have been doing very well in this tournament also. So we might see a continuous draw, 0-0, all the way to penalties, or we might see a surprise goal by one of the teams. Both of them are capable of it, and both of them, I think, are deserving teams to be in the final. On the other hand, Leigh Ann, this tournament has seen so much new rules and so much technology introduced, and this did not make things easier or less controversial. On the contrary, actually, we've seen so many mistakes, so many issues, so many controversies that maybe FIFA needs to rethink all these new rules and introductions that they have done for a better game and for a revival of the actual magic of the game that we are losing a little bit.
And let's talk about some magic that's going to happen at half-time in the final, on final day. Gemma, I'm excited about this because Madonna, Shakira, Justin Bieber, Coldplay are all going to be putting on a show. I think this is pretty incredible, but I think you might agree with Dr. Ellie, it might take away some of the magic of football.
So I can love all of those artists, absolutely, but I can also severely dislike the idea of a halftime show in the World Cup. It's an Americanism too far for me. I don't appreciate the hydration breaks anyway, which obviously the reason given for them was the temperatures and humidity and that kind of thing. But we know that they are now going to take that into further World Cups, irrespective of temperature and that kind of thing, because it's another way to slip in an ad break and make some more money. The halftime show, no. For me, the World Cup, it's obviously a giant tournament. But there was always a purity or a simplicity to it because it was always only about the football. And now I think with all these additional, like something like a halftime show, I think it detracts from the game, I'm going to be honest. By all means, have an amazing concert after, that would be great. But in the middle of the game, I think it just breaks it up and I'm not a fan.
Dr. Ellie, what are your thoughts? Would you agree with that? Because I don't know, I'm not the biggest football fan, but when I hear the likes of Madonna is going to maybe perform at half-time, I might actually tune in. So maybe we'll get more people watching.
Does it make the prices of the tickets worth it then? That's what you should think about. Again, I think it's always different ways of generating money. It's all different ways in which money is controlling the game rather than the other way around. And this is where it becomes dangerous, losing the actual essence of what you are doing in favor of just generating more money. I would love to watch these as Gemma, but maybe after the football match is finished. On the other hand, we've seen quite a good turnout of people in the stadiums and in the stands altogether. And the American people have been very welcoming. They've hosted all the teams, all the supporters. We've seen much less incidences than other World Cup tournaments. So altogether, I think it would be a success for the US in this hosting, of course, with Canada and Mexico, but mainly the US. But there's definitely some lessons to be learned, and there's definitely some red flags that need to be, readdressed.
Gemma, you were there. It's been a roaring success. Did you have a great time with the stadiums filled, the Americans welcoming?
I did. I mean, zero complaints, and I do think, and I said when I did a report from there, I said that it's testament to the organizational skills, because the US, they're used to these giant tournaments, they kind of host them regularly. So everything went off very, very smoothly. And there were so many Americans at every game, really kind of spreading the love between teams, even when, USA went out. No bad feeling whatsoever, because obviously all these supporters are mixed up in the stands. And just seeing brushing up against different cultures as well, people, like, their enthusiasm was marvelous. So it was, as far as the execution of the event was concerned, absolutely 10 out of 10.
And just one final quick thought, Gemma, what do you think the prediction of the score is going to be? We're still on 0-0, and someone apparently from the England team got a yellow card.
Okay, that's to be expected, because obviously Argentina are being shepherded towards the final.
True.
I'm going to say 3-1 to England. I don't think Argentina is as scary as a talent as they're being made out, to be honest with you. And I have to say that if you don't believe your team's going to win the World Cup, then you shouldn't be supporting. So 3-1 to England.
True that, Dr. Ellie?
You just need to be glad, Gemma, that Jono is not presenting this episode. He wouldn't have liked what you're saying.
We've already had words off air.
Predictions is 1-1, and then penalties, out of which England will go through.
Wow. I also weirdly predict penalties. I can feel it too. Not that I'm an expert in football, but just a feeling I have. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story. And actually, it's that time of the show where Dr. Ellie and Gemma have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. Dr. Ellie, Norwegian Air has changed its profile picture to British Airways. What's happening? Why?
Well, we'll stay with the football and with exactly what Gemma was mentioning, this beautiful, competition that has been happening between countries, between fans. But with the case of Norway, it went all through to the Norwegian Air that challenged British Airways to duet, when they had the games together, and they challenged them to put the logo of the other company instead of their own if the other team wins. Everybody thought it was a joke, but then eventually, after many requests, British Airways actually accepted the challenge and took it on. But then we saw also the Norwegian Navy challenge the British Navy. We saw so many things happening on that hand, and we saw a beautiful competition on social media. Not a single insult, not a single problem. A beautiful, really a sports-like competition. And when the English actually won, the Norwegians stayed the course and actually delivered on their promise, and they put the logo of British Airways on the Norwegian Airways logo and social media altogether. So it's just a nice reminder of how strong the competition can be, but a very respectful one, a very delightful one, and something that brings in all the public in a positive sense to the mood of the World Cup.
Yeah, absolutely, Gemma. I don't know about you, but I always find sports so uniting, especially at a time when we're talking about the Iran war, the situation in Ukraine, the global economy. I think the World Cup's been a real bright spot.
Absolutely. And this sort of friendly rivalry that Dr. Ellie is talking about, I've been following it on social media. I just thought it was, even my mum got involved and was loving it. It really kind of united not only like nations, but like generations as well. I thought it was really sweet. And it was, as you said, all done with good humour and good faith.
And Gemma, let's move on to your story. It's a little bit different. It's not about football. It's about a dinosaur being sold for millions of dollars. Tell us why.
This is about Gus. Now, Gus is a 67-million-year-old T-Rex who was sold at Sotheby's in New York yesterday for a whopping, a record-breaking $50.1 million. Now, this broke all previous auction records for dinosaur fossils. It's the most expensive dinosaur fossil ever sold. There's also a bit of controversy, which I'm just going to touch on in a moment, but Gus was discovered in 2021 on a private cattle ranch in South Dakota. He is 38 feet long and 12.5 feet tall. And what's so great about Gus is that he is 63% complete, and that's quite rare for a dinosaur of this size. He's got a really well-preserved skull and like a full kind of set of belly ribs as well. Now, the controversy here, though, is that Gus was sold to a anonymous bidder, and this has ignited quite a lot of conversations around scientific importance and private ownership. So is the super wealthy person or the hedge fund who bought Gus going to, allow him to be studied, which paleontologists would like to do, or donate him to a museum so that we can all go and see Gus and all enjoy this find? Or are they just going to put him in the lobby of their mansion as a symbol of their wealth? Now, what I found interesting as well, this private sale has highlighted just how many fossils are actually in private hands. And I didn't know this, but when it comes to large, scientifically important dinosaurs like this, there are more in private hands than in public trusts. Now, this is because in the US, fossils found on private property, they belong to the owner of the property. But whereas countries like China, Mongolia, Argentina, Australia, where there's a lot of fossils found, irrespective of where the fossil is found, it belongs to the public. It can't be exported or privately owned.
I think that's fascinating, Dr. Ellie. I actually didn't know that, because I must admit I absolutely love dinosaurs, and there's a beautiful big one when you walk into the British National History Museum. I find it quite sad, Dr. Ellie, I don't know about you, that they're in private homes.
Let's hope you will be wealthy enough to own one, since you love them so much. But I
have
do
to
believe
marry
that
rich, Dr. Ellie. Have to marry rich.
No, I do believe that all of such properties should be the ownership of the public, and should be in the care of the government. Even if you found it on your own private land, it is actually a generational wealth. It is actually something that is for the country altogether, and not for an individual to be owned. And definitely this brings private ownership brings in all the problems that Gemma mentioned, of the usage, of the access to research, of all of these stuff.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, Professor and International Relations Expert and Correspondent, and columnist Gemma White, for joining us tonight on W News Extra. And just before I leave you, I want to bring you some breaking news. President Donald Trump is speaking. He now says Iran would like to meet, and this comes after the US has launched a new wave of strikes against Iran. We're hearing that from US military CENTCOM. There have been explosions heard in Bandar Abbas and various other places inside of Iran, and Donald Trump says Iran wants to meet. More on that developing story. Thank you so much for joining us, and that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on XGNT. That's coming up next. Goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya English. From our headquarters in Riyadh, I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, President Trump hosts Iraq's new Prime Minister Ali Zaidi. We examine how the two men got along and what deals emerged from their discussions. Well, as Washington presses Baghdad to curb Iranian influence in the country, we ask, can Iraq deliver on what's being asked of the country? And the US pledges to intensify its bombardment of Iran unless Iran agrees to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. We ask, where might this latest chapter of hostilities be heading? All of that to come in this edition of GMT. Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin in Washington, where the Iraqi Prime Minister Ali Zaidi has been making his first official visit to the US since taking office. Well, all eyes were on his meeting with President Donald Trump, with many asking, could this mark the start of a new chapter for Iraq, and one that is closer to the United States? Well, if Tuesday's meeting was any indication, the two leaders appear to have hit it off. President Trump praised Prime Minister Zaidi at the White House, calling him young, handsome, and a very brilliant guy.
Our relationship with Iraq is, I would say, it went from being not so good to being outstanding. And we're going to have a long-term relationship with Iraq. We're going to have a long-term relationship with a man that will be a great leader. You are, mark my words. I knew what I was doing. This man is going to be a great leader in the Middle East, beyond Iraq. His influence is going to spread all throughout the Middle East. And he's a young man. He's young and he's handsome, which I don't like. I'm not happy about it.
Well, let's get more on this now. I'm joined by our producer, Shadan Hammam, who's here with me in the studio. Shadan, thank you very much for joining us. You've been keeping a very close eye on this visit by Iraq's new Prime Minister, Ali Zaidi, who arrived in Washington yesterday. It's his first foreign trip, isn't it, since he took office in May. Why is he there, and why does it matter?
Well, thanks, Tom. This visit, Ali Zaidi's visit to Washington, it comes at a very sensitive time. It comes at a time where we're seeing renewed tensions between Washington and Iran. It also comes at a time where back home in Baghdad, it's facing one of the largest anti-corruption campaigns in the history of the country. Now, both Trump and al-Zaidi have agreed to these talks, but they both have their own demands. So there's a lot on the table. For the U.S. demands have been clear from the get-go. They want to reduce Iran's influence in Iraq. They also want to see all the weapons in Iraq to be under state control, and particularly the weapons of the Popular Mobilization Forces, which are backed by Iran. They also want to guarantee that we don't see foreign currency being smuggled into Iran via Iraqi banks. And lastly, the U.S. also wants exclusive deals for U.S. energy companies to build alternative energy routes to export oil in Iraq that bypass the Strait of Hormuz. And we can touch upon that point later.
OK, so what I'm hearing from you is that the US has got quite a long list of demands that it's making of the visiting Iraqi Prime Minister. What about viewed from the other side? What would be on Iraq's wish list? What does Iraq want to get out of these talks?
Well, for Baghdad, it's about resetting ties with Washington. I mean, the Iraqi Prime Minister, he said it himself. He said that he doesn't want the relationship between the U.S. and Baghdad to just merely be about crisis management, addressing one crisis after the other. He doesn't want that. He wants to go beyond that. He's looking for a long-term, stable relationship with the United States. And actually, on the way to Washington, he took to social media and he he wrote on X, saying that his main focus is diversifying the economy in Iraq. He wants to create new jobs, and he wants to attract foreign investment. He just wants the dollars to be flowing back into his country, really.
Right, and as the second biggest oil producer in OPEC, that would stand to reason. Now, energy is going to be a big part of these talks, already has been. And there's these calls for Iraq to reduce its dependence on Iranian gas. Is that realistic?
Well, we're about to see, but there are experts that are saying that what Iraq is asking for right now is they want a temporary waiver from President Donald Trump to allow it to still import electricity and gas from Iran, but without being subjected to U.S. sanctions. So we're still going to see how that plays out. Whether Trump is going to agree, we're yet to find out. But perhaps the biggest energy move is that Iraq is actually asking the U.S., is asking U.S. assistance to help it find alternative routes to export its own oil without using the Strait of Hormuz. So bypassing the Strait of Hormuz, this is a big, big move because it sends a signal to Iran. I mean, eventually, this could actually mean that Iran will no longer have a tight grip on Iraq's energy sector or economy as a whole.
Sure. I mean, the logic is very easy to see. I mean, why they would want to bypass the Strait of Hormuz, given everything that's happened there the last few months. But what's the alternative to the Strait of Hormuz for the Iraqis then?
So right now, the plan is to revive a crucial pipeline that connects Iraq to Syria's Mediterranean port of Bani Yas. And if this development succeeds, as I mentioned before, then Tehran's influence on Iraq's economy is going to reduce.
So just to bring our conversation to a conclusion, I mean, do you think Iraq is essentially being forced to make a choice here? Is it going to be ties with Tehran? Is it going to be ties with Washington? Or can it have both?
Tom, that's a very good question. Can Iraq deepen the relationship with the U.S. while still maintaining ties with Iran? Perhaps at this point, it's fair to ask, does Iraq even want to maintain that same close relationship with Iran? We still don't know. This Iraqi prime minister, he's the youngest Iraqi prime minister to date. So we don't know which direction he's moving Iraq towards. Will Iraq move closer to the West, or will it stay within Iran's orbit?
He certainly is very young. I was just looking him up. He's only 41, which means he's half the age of President Trump. And, you know, the body language, the chemistry, looks like they got on pretty well, doesn't it?
Yes, it looks so.
Certainly looks that way. All right. Thank you so much to our producer, Shadan Hammam. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you, Tom.
Well, let's talk a bit more about that visit by the new Iraqi Prime Minister to Washington. We're joined by Dr. Hossein Alawi, who is an expert in political and strategic affairs, who joins us from Baghdad. Thank you for being with us once again, Dr. Alawi. It's great to have you back. Let's start by talking about the optics. These two men, President Trump and Prime Minister al-Zaidi, held an unscheduled lunch because President Trump said the chemistry between the two men was so tremendous. He then called him a fantastic champion. He said he was young. He said he was handsome. Well, he certainly is young because he's only 41, which makes him about half President Trump's age. Seen from Iraq, has this visit been playing out successfully for Prime Minister al-Zaidi?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to participate in Arabiya channel to talk about the visit for the Iraqi Prime Minister with the Iraqi delegation to the United States. I think the summit in the White House with the President from Mr. Prime Minister Ali Zaidi, it is very interesting for the Iraqi state, for the program, for the new government. And in addition, the Prime Minister it is have a good idea about the empowering the Iraqi economic and to push the Iraqi relationship with the United States and to transition the relationship from the security for development, for the investment and economic and oil and electricity and the trading and the exchange of information and the admission for the global coalition in September 30 in this year. And this visit it is an excellent agenda, really, because we need to enhancing the relationship and to uprising the relationship in the strategic level. Also, when you starting the first day with the President Trump, when you're talking about the Iraq and the legacy for Iraq, the response from the Mr. Ali Zaidi to talking about the future. Also, it is excellent answer about the question for the Mr. Trump about the Iraq legacy for 23 years. But also, we need to focus now in this visit about enhancing, scoping the relationship between Iraq and the United States, and focus about the economic and the visit, the investment, and to development the infrastructure in Iraq, because the Iraq economy, we need to focus about the infrastructure and the infrastructure program. But also now the vision for the Iraqi government about the development and push it, the relationship between Iraq and the United States, to focus and to put it the new technique based on the development and energy fund. This good idea for the Iraqi government and the representative to talking from the Iraqi delegation as ministries, when you participate with the Prime Minister, to talking about this matter from the Minister of Oil, Minister of Electricity, Minister of Financial, and any person to participate in this delegation.
Okay, so you made a lot of important points there to get started with. I'd imagine that a visit to Washington to the President of the United States by an Iraqi Prime Minister is front page news. I'm imagining this is the top story on Iraqi television channels today. What are people saying about this visit? How's it being covered? Is it being viewed as a success?
Yeah, this question is very important. The public opinion for the Iraqi people, it is encouraged and supported the Prime Minister when you go to the United States. In addition, after the first day, the response for the mentality, the majority for the public opinion, it is supported. It is push it, need to push it, the relationship with the United States, because the majority people look at it is good partner and big partner to support it. The Iraqi state through 23 years. Also, the old people to encourage, really. Some people don't like, maybe, if you're talking about the Armenian factions or anything. But now we need to fixing anything. We need to end the weapons in Iraq, out control the state, and to arrangement and organizing, and after that to more integration and to more to support the state. Also, the strategy for the Mr. Ali Zaidi, the Iraqi first, it is mean for the Iraqi people. It is ambition about to enhancing anything, to fixing any stopping in the Iraqi economy, and the majority now people collective the Iraqi youth 60%. Also, the ambition for the Iraqi youth to look at the Prime Minister when you to talking and to more dialogue and to deal and to getting many contracts to support the Iraqi economy. It has been to building the new future for the Iraq. Also, we need to fixing anything. We need to use the outcome for the visit for the United States, and to continue the relationship with the United States, with all the member the state from the international community. And you are welcome investment in Iraq and development the economy, and to protect it, the opportunity for the Iraqi youth as jobs, as opportunity for the next time.
Yeah, I mean, it's just interesting looking at the profile of Prime Minister Zaidi. He's young, you know, he's much younger than President Trump, much younger than the typical politicians we're used to seeing, even in Iraq. And I wonder what it was about Prime Minister Zaidi that made President Trump decide this was someone he wanted to work with?
Yeah, Zaidi have good skill really in the financial and to management the project to support the private sector. Also now need to look at this value, this skills to more integration to management the position as the prime minister. But also when you're talking with the president, that Trump talking about when you're analyzing to many problems in Iraq economy, we need to work with the United States as a big partner to resolve the problem and to work directly with the company from the United States in electricity, in internet, in financial system or anything. But also, we need to more integration between Iraq and the United States to transition the value and mentality for the prime minister to executive on the landscape in Iraq and to more productive to touch from the Iraqi people about the change when you came, Mr. Ali Zaidi, to lead the government and to work with all parties and the blocs and to support the Iraqi state to building the new future, the new economy, the new idea to management the state.
President Trump saw the former Prime Minister Nouri al-Maliki as being too close to Iran. And in Iraq, it's known that Iran-backed armed groups are extremely powerful. I wonder how they are adapting to the new leadership and the requests that are being made of them. Are those armed groups going to cooperate?
Yeah, I think now the majority leadership for the blocs and parties to supported Mr. Ali Zaidi, because Mr. Ali Zaidi, when you repair the visit the Iraqi delegation for the United States, it was holding the meeting with all leadership and talking about the agenda, the new policy. In addition, in the meeting with the president for the Trump, it is very clearly about the speech of the Iraq and the problem and the future. Also, I think now the majority for the leadership for the blocs and the parties supported Mr. Ali Zaidi about the development, the relationship with the United States, and in addition, the promise for the Iraqi government about the end mission. It is acceptable for the United States as president and as the minister or for the war in the United States. It is emphasized about the date September 30 in this year about the end mission for the U.S. Army and the global coalition. Also, it is a good goals achievement for Mr. Ali Zaidi when you visit the United States, and to work together about to building the state and to enhancing the relationship with the United States in the economic investment and the good service for the Iraqi economy.
Yeah, I mean, September 30th is going to be a really important date for Iraq, of course, as you say, and U.S. forces leaving the country is a really big step. We heard from Prime Minister Ali Zaidi saying, "We will not allow any entity to bear arms outside of the state." Do you think we're coming up to, in September, a slightly dangerous phase for Iraq? Are you concerned about that?
No, I think it is a good time for 2 months for the Iraqi government to lead the initiative about the end the weapons in Iraq and to encourage the armed factions to more integration and politician community and society. In addition, to uses the main power in armed factions to more integration in BMF in addition to organizing for the Iraqi armed forces. This time now, it is 3 armed factions. It is integration in this process. But now waiting after to dialogue. We have now good time, 60 days to work with the leadership for the political parties and the blocs to talk about the end weapons and to transition for the peace and to have choice to more integration in politician community and society, in addition to uses the elements for the armed factions in the BMF.
I want to ask you about one of the big announcements that's come out of this visit to Washington, these huge new oil partnerships that have been announced between the United States and Iraq, which I'd like to remind our viewers is the second biggest producer of oil in OPEC. So clearly deals that are potentially very good for both countries. And part of one of the deals is for this pipeline that goes from Kirkuk to the Syrian port of Banias. That's about 800 kilometers in length. How significant is that deal, and when do you expect that pipeline will be operational?
Yeah, the plan for the Minister of Oil now focus about to crisis. It is for the oil for the international oil market from the Turkey and Syria, and to put it the good plan with the two companies from the United States and above the Qatar, and to work with the Iraqi private sector to execute on the landscape, and in addition to put it the one pipeline for the Hadith Banias port, and in addition Basra, Pishabur, and Turkey port in Jihan. Also, it is ambition the plan for the Minister of Oil about increasing the production for oil, especially from the NFL to lead from the United States company, Exxon, Chevron, or any company to participate with the Minister of Oil, where in addition to work together to increasing the share for the oil production from Iraq in the international oil market.
And obviously, this means you're going to be working increasingly closely with Syria. I'd like to ask you how you would describe the state of relations between the new Prime Minister and the new leadership in Iraq and the still relatively new leadership in Damascus. How is that relationship?
Yeah, I think the relationship it is good. We hope the uprising, the excellent degree, but based on the political arrangement and to supported from the United States and the Turkey and the Boer region to encourage the Iraqi to more integration and to work together with the Syria and the Iraqi government. It is declared, Mr. Ali Zaidi, it is declared about the readiness to government to support the Syria economy and to development and to work together in the energy, border, and anything, and the water, and anything in any scoping to work together about to development the Syria economy, and to, in addition, Mr. Ali Zaidi before go to the United States, talking about maybe to visit the Syria in the future. Also, it is good sign from the Iraqi government about the development, the relationship with Syria, where Syria it is respond all sign from the Iraqi government. For now, it is the relationship. It is good. We hope to development. Or anytime to look at now the meeting from the Iraqi government and the Syria government. Also, it is the view or the image. It is encouraged to continue the relationship between them.
One other thing I wanted to ask you about is the corruption crackdown that Prime Minister Ali Zaidi has overseen since he took office. And everyone in the world has seen the videos, the vaults packed full of gold bars, the bags stuffed with US dollar bills. How has that played out in Iraq? What does the general public make of this? Are they impressed?
Yeah, the anti-corruption operation, Sawlat al-Fajr, it is not easy when you imagine and starting the government about to focus in this issue, and the obstacle for the Iraqi state after 23 years, the problem for the Iraqi state and any government. Also, when you focus from Mr. Ali Zaidi to push it, the Iraqi security forces to execute any order issue from the digital authorities and court. Also, it is the many people and the majority people really who supported this operation, and the majority people look at now and respect the Iraqi government and just now to hearing from any people, we need to more. Also, we need to fixing this matter and to support it from legislative and Iraqi parliament when you tomorrow productive the new law to treatment the corruption in the structure for the Iraqi government, and don't permission for the any thieves really to control the money from the federal budget, from the any contract to building the Iraqi economy. Also, it is good indicator for the world and the international investment and international companies. Also, now when you look at many states and or a statement issue from the United States, when you visit the Iraqi government, the United States is supported this operation. In addition, the old companies now, we need to enhancing the investment indicator in Iraq, because we need and hearing to more message from the international companies need to work in Iraq, but they face the problem in corruption. But now when the Iraqi government to seize the corruption and to control and to support it from the Iraqi digital authorities and the Iraqi parliament and the people, when you observe any thieves as individual or companies or entity, we need to control the future for any project for the Iraq to enhancing the good service. Really, it is good sign now from the Iraqi government about uses this operation and reflect enforcing the law. When you're talking about the general betrayals in article in the Washington Post or any newspaper, to talking about this matter. If you uprising the enforcing law, it is good sign for the to development the state. When you state to control and organizing the all resource, it is good sign for the international companies to come to Iraq and to work with the public sector and the private sector about to development the Iraqi economy.
Okay, well, we've covered a lot of subjects in this in-depth discussion. We really appreciate you for being so generous with your time. We're going to leave it there. Dr. Hussein Alawi, expert in political and strategic affairs, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to join us.
Thank you. You are welcome. You are welcome.
Well, while Iraq is seeking to strengthen ties with Washington, the United States standoff with neighboring Iran is showing little sign of easing. Well, the latest exchanges of strikes have once again shifted the focus to Tehran's nuclear ambitions and what comes next. Well, US Central Command says it has begun a new round of attacks on Iran to take out coastal military installations that have been targeting commercial shipping. Well, according to Iranian officials, more than 30 civilians have been killed during the course of the past few days. Well, let's get more analysis. We can speak to Ali Vaez, who is the Iran Project Director of the International Crisis Group. He joins us today from Geneva. Ali, it's great to have you with us. I'd like to start by asking you about a piece you've written for the New York Times. This, of course, in the context of us being back to where we were, let's say, in April. Why didn't the MOU that was drafted several months ago have the impact of paving the way to peace? Why are we back to perhaps even a worse place than square one?
It's good to be with you, Tom. So, look, I think there are two specific problems. One is the MOU itself, whose language was pretty imprecise. It was there was a lot of ambiguities throughout the very brief document, a page and a half, only 14 articles, but nevertheless, it was not very precise. And therefore, it ended up being more a memorandum of misunderstanding than bringing both sides to agree and see things from the same perspective. And second problem is that when these differences in interpretation emerged, the parties, instead of returning to the negotiating table and trying to basically get on the same page, decided to use force to enforce their own interpretations. And this was quite tragic because it took about 2 months to negotiate this memorandum of understanding, but it only took about 3 weeks for it to fall apart.
Right, and unravel it certainly has. So you call it a memorandum of misunderstanding. I'd like to ask you why you think the wording was so imprecise. Why wasn't the drafting up to standard?
Again, you can think of different reasons for this. One is that the two parties were not on the same page, and sometimes you have, as they call it in diplomatic lexicon, constructive ambiguity in order to get the two sides to the finish line. And then there will be opportunities for them to be able to hammer out the details. But constructive ambiguity could quickly become destructive if you don't have that dialogue, or if there is a high degree of mistrust, which is yet another reason that this document was negotiated in the way that it was. And finally, when you don't have professional diplomats at the table, and certainly on the U.S. side, that is a shortcoming. You have the vice president, you have the president's son-in-law and his special envoy. None of them really have much diplomatic experience. That's exactly the kind of issues that you might get into. But regardless of how we got to this point, the reality is that there were two deconfliction mechanisms that were created. One deconfliction mechanism for tensions in Lebanon, Article 1 of the MOU, which from the beginning was a source of tension between the two sides, as Israel was not party to this deal, but the U.S. had committed that all the fighting throughout the region would stop, including Lebanon. And then there was also a deconfliction mechanism about the Strait of Hormuz, which was supposed to take shape in Doha with a Revolutionary Guards representative and a representative from CENTCOM, so they can quickly make sure that any kind of disagreement about the passage through the strait would not derail the entire process. Unfortunately, these deconfliction mechanisms also didn't come to fruition because otherwise, we would have had an opportunity to resolve these problems before they would derail everything.
Right, and in your New York Times opinion piece, you say this: the United States can inflict devastating damage on Iran, but it cannot eliminate Tehran's ability to disrupt shipping through the strait. For people who are watching, who think, right, we've got all of this military hardware deployed to the region, aircraft carriers, military aircraft, and so on, why can't the United States just seize control of the Strait of Hormuz? What's stopping them?
Well, the cost and the risk of it. It is possible for the United States, of course, the mightiest army in the world, to achieve any tactical military objective. But there is a price tag attached to it. In this case, if the U.S. wants to completely stop Iran's ability to project power in the Strait of Hormuz and to disrupt shipping lanes, it has to occupy southern Iranian coastline, islands that Iran has in the Persian Gulf. This would probably come at a cost of several dozen, if not more, U.S. troops. If the U.S. is to hold to these islands, then we were talking about hundreds of thousands of casualties and fatalities. Certainly, American people who are against this war, for the majority, do not have the stomach for any kind of boots on the ground that would secure this area for a long period of time. The other option is to use air power, but in order to completely destroy the capacity that Iran has to fire one drone from deep inland into the Strait of Hormuz, that if it hits a vessel, it will basically scare off other traffic from the strait, you would have to do months and months of massive aerial bombardment. Again, Vietnam type of scenario, which would come at a very high cost. That means that the strait in this period would remain closed, and the energy stockpiles that exist already and they're kind of depleting would go over a cliff. And so we would have a global economic recession. So yes, it is technically speaking possible, but not at a palatable price.
Right. I mean, President Trump has said things in recent days like he might finish the job, and he's talked about targeting the bridges and the power stations next week. I mean, he's said things like that before, and he hasn't followed through on them. And I'm wondering why you think that is. What's stopping him? I know you gave some of the reasons just now, but what else do you think is going through his mind that's making him hesitate and bringing about this element of restraint, shall we say?
So, look, if President Trump is to go beyond military targets and go after civilian targets, in addition to the fact that this will be a war crime, it would result in Iranian retaliation against infrastructure in the rest of the Gulf countries. One of the reasons that we didn't see during the 40-day war the oil prices going above $200 a barrel is because countries like Saudi Arabia could continue to produce oil and also ship it out through the Red Sea, or the energy infrastructure in countries like the UAE or Qatar. Some were damaged but not destroyed. If we're talking about destroying Iranian infrastructure, then Iranians are going to torch infrastructure in the rest of the region, and this would be a disaster for everyone, the global economy. We will have a global economic recession. We would have a massive food crisis throughout the world because fertilizer would not be able to be produced or shipped out. Again, yes, technically speaking, the U.S. can do anything, but the question is whether it's legal, whether it's logical, and whether it actually brings about the strategic objectives that the U.S. has in mind. I mean, look, doing the same thing again and again and expecting a different result is the definition of insanity. And the reality is that we're back to the future where we are where we were right in the run-up to ceasefire on April 8th. President Trump made similar threats. It didn't result in Iran blinking and opening the strait. And this time around is also not going to deliver the result that he has in mind.
I mean, it does sound like President Trump might be considering not doing the same thing he's done over and over again, but actually taking things up a level and going for an escalation. At least that's what Axios has been reporting, suggesting there was a situation room meeting in the last 24 hours at which the various options were discussed, including, they say, an escalation. I mean, I can't confirm any of that. Do you think that's a likely way forward? Do you think that is the direction the president is more likely to travel down at this stage? Or do you think he's going to look for off-ramps and a way to bring the MOU back to life again?
Look, I can't rule out that he would opt for further escalation. It is very clear that he's very frustrated. It is very clear that he doesn't necessarily see both sides of this argument, in the sense that he believes that it's the Iranians who started firing on vessels with no good reason. He's probably not fully aware of the fact that his ambassador to the United Nations negotiated a southern corridor in Omani territorial waters with the International Maritime Organization, that was nowhere mentioned in the MOU. Iran was tasked with reopening the Straits of Hormuz in the first 30 days since the implementation of the MOU. And so from the Iranian perspective, this alternative transit route was a violation of the MOU, and that's why they fired on the vessels. The president probably is not fully aware of the fact that the deal that his Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, mediated between the government of Lebanon and Israel was also, from an Iranian perspective, the violation of the MOU. He probably also doesn't know that the release of Iran's frozen assets in Doha were delayed. And so, the Iranians also, just like President Trump, believe that the other side reneged on its commitments and didn't fully deliver. But in any case, President Trump is frustrated, he's impatient, and he wants to be able to change these dynamics. He probably still thinks that more coercion would eventually, magically, conjure the kind of result that he has in mind. Again, we will go through this exercise and we will end in a place that is not fundamentally different than the place that the two sides were in the run-up to the MOU.
I want to talk to you for a moment about Israel. Israel seems to be sitting out this particular chapter of hostilities. And it is being reported as well. Again, this is an unconfirmed report. I wanted to run by you. It's being reported that Netanyahu may be headed to the United States this weekend. And I'm wondering what a visit by Prime Minister Netanyahu to Washington might indicate and what it might change.
Well, look, every time Prime Minister Netanyahu had direct discussions with President Trump, he did encourage and in some cases succeeded in convincing the president that the Iranian regime is in a position of weakness and military operations would result in regime collapse or in quick and clean victories for the United States. It does appear that he has been discredited by overselling how easy it would be to achieve those objectives to President Trump last February. But in any case, he has said, and he does believe that the job is not done. The threat across the board from Israel's perspective still exists. Iran still has a pathway to nuclear weapons. Its ballistic missiles and drones are still a threat, as are its partners and proxies in the region. And so he is going to push for additional military strikes. The question would be if President Trump would, now that Prime Minister Netanyahu has been discredited, would still buy into his arguments and would still take the risk because he's also frustrated, or that he would learn from experience and would resort to a different kind of approach. Again, it's a very risky business to predict what President Trump would do because, as you know, he's famously unpredictable.
It certainly is a difficult thing to do. Just to go back to your article in the New York Times and to wrap up our conversation, the title of your piece is "This is a Forever War in the Making." In the making, but is this going to be a forever war, do you think?
Well, look, the main argument here is that the Memorandum of Understanding was really the minimal understanding that the two sides could come up with. It is not a comprehensive nuclear agreement, it's not a peace treaty, is really addressing the essential and deferring the substantial. The essential was to end the war, to reopen the Strait. That's the key things that the two sides agreed on. They really didn't talk about the very complicated details of a nuclear deal, of sanctions relief, and those kind of tough issues to resolve. So my argument is that if they can't keep the minimal understanding that they've had, it indicates that they cannot, diplomacy here is not going to deliver results. If the floor collapses on what they already have, then you have nothing to build on. And that's a formula for a perpetual cycle of violence. We might end up in a series of tit-for-tats. We might end up in an escalatory cycle that could spiral out of control. it doesn't matter. If you prove that diplomacy, even as minimalistic as possible, doesn't deliver results, then you are in a forever war.
Okay, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. I expect lots of people want to talk to you today after that piece in the New York Times. Ali Vaez, Iran Project Director of the International Crisis Group, thank you very much for your time, sir.
Great pleasure. Thank you.
Well, let's get more. We're joined now by William Alberg, who is the former director of NATO's Arms Control, Disarmament and Weapons of Mass Destruction Non-Proliferation Centre. He joins us from Berlin. Thank you so much for joining us once again. Here we are in this chapter of renewed hostilities between Iran and the United States. I'd just like to start by asking you, what's being achieved by these US strikes?
Well, they're trying to limit Iran's ability to strike shipping in the Straits of Hormuz and to increase the ability of all those tankers that are trapped in the Gulf to pass through the straits and reach their commerce locations around the world, hopefully to relieve spiking oil prices and all of the economic hardship that goes along with that.
Okay, I mean, the US has got 20 Navy warships, hundreds of military aircraft operating right across the region. And we've been told Iran has been severely degraded, militarily speaking. So how is it that the Iranians are still managing to outfox the Americans? Why can't the US just take control of the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, if you remember, all the way back when the war started, Iran had given commands to its military to disperse its missile launchers to as many locations as it could around the country to make U.S. strikes as ineffective and costly as possible. So what Iran did in the very first stages of this war is they hid their anti-ship cruise missiles in as many places as they could along the coastline. So even if the United States strikes what it knows to be the missile bases, the home locations, it's not getting the missiles themselves. And these things are on mobile launchers that are hidden, at the size of a truck. So they are able to travel up and down the coast and fire missiles. And they really only have to fire one missile to spook the entire world's shipping organizations, insurance claims, companies that run these ships. They're terrified of losing a cargo and losing their sailors. So Iran is able to inflict maximum pain with minimum effort. And the U.S. efforts are, it's almost fruitless to really track down every one of these missiles, despite how many strikes we carry out.
Right. So it sounds like, in many ways, Iran has got a couple of trump cards in the form of some not particularly sophisticated weaponry. Do you get the impression that the United States is showing some restraint at the moment and not going down the road of full-scale war, which they're not? I mean, what's holding them back?
I think Trump really does hope that this back and forth with strikes will encourage the Iranians to negotiate more rapidly and sincerely on terms that he likes. I think it really comes from sort of an overestimation of the pain that he's able to inflict on Iran, or the pain that Iran is able to sustain, to endure and sustain their operations. So, yeah, I think he thinks this is helpful, but really, I think it's a fundamental misunderstanding of the Iranians and their resolve in this matter.
And what about if he takes it to the next level, which he said he might do, and start striking the power plants and the bridges next week? Do you think he'll do that? And what would that change?
You have to think, what are the Iranians the most concerned about? And it's probably troops, boots on the ground. Now, on the one hand, that's going to be the most expensive and difficult and deadly things that we could do. But on the other hand, it might actually change Iranian leadership calculus. I think continued strikes on infrastructure, especially civilian infrastructure, I mean, you're getting pretty close to war crimes here. And I honestly don't see that as ratcheting up the pressure. You have to change the strategic calculus of Iranian leadership. And I think the only way to do that is with troops. That's why the U.S. has maintained, Marines and special forces in the region to add that pressure. But it doesn't sound like the U.S. is getting any closer to doing that. And so, an escalation by hitting bridges or power plants, I don't think that's going to move the needle for Iranian leadership at all.
So you advocate boots on the ground. Does the U.S. have adequate. You don't advocate that?
No. I mean, if the U.S. is going to achieve its strategic objectives by either removing the government or by changing their calculus of what they can win and what they can lose, that would be the obvious way to do it. But I don't think that's the right call. I don't think that's going to get us anywhere in terms of actual victory. I think that'll just end up opening up an open-ended conflict. But again, it might change Iranian leadership's calculus if they see the real potential of a broader and deeper war with the United States.
One of the things that's grabbed the headlines this week have been these reported US strikes in and around the port city of Bushehr, which is, of course, famous because it's home to Iran's only civilian nuclear power station or power plant. What do you think those strikes were meant to achieve? And do they worry you? Because, I mean, it's been made to sound in some of the reports like, we've been sort of just inches away from a major catastrophe.
From what I've read about the strikes, these are on military targets in the area. They're not close to the reactor. We have to remember these reactor sites are very well defined, and it would be incredibly unusual for the United States to attack one of them. And quite frankly, I don't see what that would achieve at all. Nuclear power plants and spent nuclear fuel sites, the precedent for attacking a purely civilian site would just be terrible. And we have to remember, this is also, one of the facilities that's under IAEA safeguards. We don't believe it's at all connected to the nuclear weapons program. So I think they're striking targets in the region, but as to whether they're putting the reactor at risk, it doesn't seem that way. And I certainly hope that they don't plan on targeting it in any way at all.
Okay, but when it comes to miscalculations, and of course we are talking about a country here, Iran, that's got some, we believe, nuclear capability. Some of it may be buried deep underground in Natanz, but none of that is known. I mean, are there any scenarios when it comes to miscalculations that are of particular concern to you?
I mean, I would, the thing that would worry me the most is if Iran took one of the longer pauses in fighting between the US and Iran to actually commit to building a nuclear warhead. There's this incredibly dangerous inflection point in between, when a country like North Korea has dozens of nuclear weapons and when you're trying to build that first nuclear weapon, where you invite, basically the whole world to intervene against you. I think it would be a huge miscalculation. I think, again, it would guarantee U.S. troops on the ground, boots on the ground in Iran. And so I hope that Iran doesn't escalate in that way. And I think the other miscalculation would be to underestimate Iran's resolve in this crisis and what they've learned in terms of the benefits of shutting down the Straits of Hormuz. We have to understand that Iran has now gained a strategic advantage that they are unlikely to give up unless something really radical happens. And so I think really the Trump administration has to rethink its approach to the entire conflict and come up with something better than just this intermittent bombing campaign.
Right, and every so often we do hear new initiatives from Washington. Earlier in the week, there was this idea of a 20% levy on all cargo passing through the Strait of Hormuz, and President Trump appears to have backtracked on that idea already. I mean, that sounds like improvisation, and I'm wondering whether that is of concern to you.
Yes, this kind of policymaking on the hoof is incredibly dangerous, because if the United States is going to abandon freedom of navigation in international waters as a basic fundamental concept of international law, then we're in a lot of trouble here. The other thing, of course, is the negotiations on the nuclear file. Having a real estate magnate and a Nepo baby in charge of your negotiations on something incredibly technical and complex and difficult is just a baffling move as far as I'm concerned. And, this anti-expert streak in the current party is just a terrible thing. It gives all the advantage to Iran, as we've seen with, the disputes over what the Memorandum of Understanding means.
Sure. I mean, Iran had threatened that were there to be a resumption of hostilities like the one we've got now, then there would be a broadening of the war. They talked about opening up new fronts, possibly using new techniques. I mean, what do you think the Iranians had in mind when they made that threat?
Oh, man. I really honestly don't know. I mean, could it be, a terror campaign? Could it be assassinations? Could it be sabotage? I mean, what could they be thinking here? I really don't know. They've been throwing missiles at the Gulf states. They've been throwing missiles at the United States and international shipping. I don't know what else they could do unless they are going to move towards international terrorism. Enlisting the Houthis and the Hamas and Hezbollah to support their war efforts. It's kind of a strange threat as well, because it doesn't feel like they have a lot of cards, and they're trying to sound like they do have these additional cards when, quite frankly, it sounds like they can, outlast the U.S. As long as the U.S. maintains the same strategy.
Okay. Well, I think we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, I'm told. But we really appreciate you taking this time to speak to us. Thank you so much, William Alberg, former director of NATO's Arms Control, Disarmament and Weapons of Mass Destruction Non-Proliferation Centre. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, that's all we've got time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until tomorrow, bye-bye.
Friday or Saturday, Homs province called me. There was great terror.
I can almost hear the walkie-talkies crackling. Close the 7th gate, close the 11th. If they had the power, they would have shut the heavens themselves for Bashar al-Assad.
Everything unfolded within just a few hours, from 11 at night until 2:30 on Sunday morning. And suddenly, it was December 8th. The choice to escape was not impulsive or abrupt. Rather, it was a directly correlated response to the progressively escalating event.
We persistently questioned the whereabouts of our president.
A Syria without Bashar al-Assad. In the heart of Damascus, the once secure ruling class found itself on shaky ground. Trust had started to decay within the inner sanctum of power, and allies began to realign, thus revealing glaring weaknesses that could no longer be conveniently overlooked. In his final days, his grip on power appeared to wane, and the once unassailable leader faced genuine political isolation. The crisis wasn't just about the regime. It marked a significant turning point in the state's bond with its people, when crowds passionately demanded long-lost dignity and their right to live. In the spring of 2011, in the southern city of Daraa, the first spark of the uprising was a simple message scrawled on a school wall by the innocent hands of children, oblivious to the profound impact their words would have. The response from security forces came quickly, triggering a wave of protests that swiftly spread from Daraa to the cities of Homs, then Hama and eventually Idlib, inching ever closer to the heart of the Syrian capital, Damascus. As the days progressed, the cries of the protesters gradually evolved, raising their demands from mere reforms to an open and direct confrontation.
There were several political maneuvers made in an attempt to rescue the precarious situation, such as reaching out and contacting Russian President Vladimir Putin. However, the response received was one that merely concealed a sense of nostalgia emanating from Moscow. Nothing could be done now in Damascus. The only chance Bashar al-Assad saw was to flee. The decision came from the impossibility of saving the situation or resisting the coming counter-offensive on Damascus. The fall of Hama, subsequently the fall of Homs, and the unimpeded path that now lay open, leading directly towards Damascus.
At 1 o'clock in the morning of the 27th, I received a startling call urging me to mobilize, to prepare, insisting that I must join. I dressed, left, unsure of my destination, but rumors hinted at a battle. The leadership's initial instructions were, "You as journalists were witnesses to this stage. We reached a place near western Aleppo's countryside. The fighters were ready, weapons were ready. Now begins the response battle. Rebels were upbeat, determined not to retreat until reclaiming areas taken by the regime. Strength was crucial. We filmed fighters setting off fully prepared. I interviewed the fighters. Their spirit was high, making you sure, God willing, that things were going well. 0 hour began.
The final events began with a call from the governor of Aleppo at that time, telling me that the military had begun a major assault toward the western countryside of Aleppo. The advance was swift and surprising, with the army witnessing a huge amount of withdrawals. Within 2 days, Aleppo was essentially militarily fallen to the operations command. I was at home, and meanwhile, I reached out to him. During a call at 10:30, I expressed to him how difficult things were, the fear gripping the streets, and that something urgent had to be done. He simply replied, "Tomorrow we'll see."
When he received the news, he remained silent and issued no directives. Unexpectedly, the north fell out of the regime's hold, a jolt the palace had never anticipated.
Our forces, with a boldness that was commendable, moved swiftly along the entirety of the border, blocking any potential infiltrations with the invaluable aid of our supporting partner. We ensured that no military units, regardless of their size, could penetrate the front lines or create any semblance of a new reality that could possibly bolster the crumbling military order that had previously dominated. There was a significant moment. We, the fighters and operatives, were instructed to publicly announce the severing of the M5 highway, the principal lifeline connecting Aleppo, Hama, Homs, and Damascus. Even though it was not fully seized, a crucial opening,
had been created. A major breach. They brought us, the media, to it, and we declared the highway closed, Aleppo's lifeline cut. It sparked real fear and panic in the regime and the Iranian. Then, the withdrawals started.
These were our initial moments spent on the M5, the principal highway that stretches between Aleppo and Damascus, the two symbolic poles of Syria.
Was there a skirmish in Aleppo? Hamas saw only limited combat. How about Homs, or in the rural areas of Damascus? Consider this. It's a 200-kilometer stretch from Homs to Damascus. Any conflicts there? Not at all. What about the towering walls of Damascus? None there either. Were there any clashes to the west or east of Damascus? No battles in Dara or the coast either. The battle never occurred.
As PM, my main liaisons were the governors. The Aleppo governor was devastated and fled, while the Idlib governor reported stability initially, then considered fleeing. On airbase, escaping to Hama via military plane. Meanwhile, Idlib's governor initially assured me of their resilience, but soon began discussing fleeing from the advancing command force.
On November 30th, 2024, Aleppo experienced a sudden and unexpected pullout of regime troops from their positions inside the city. Airstrikes finally stopped and checkpoints were removed from the streets for the first time in over 14 years. Opposition flags were proudly raised over the Central Post building, and celebrations erupted in some neighborhoods.
On the eve of Aleppo's fall, after his meeting with President Putin, the Russian military attaché was a close escort back and forth.
So, I'd say, things began to take a terminal turn. Up to Saturday, which falls on December 7th, and before the frantic calls from Bashar al-Assad to Putin are met with no reply.
Aleppo has returned to center stage amid sharply differing international coverage, as political labels and military assessments varied widely. However, on the ground, from a city worn by war, the pullout clearly signaled a significant shift in control. Control that factions managed with striking skillet amazed everyone.
We came today, my love. We came to the citadel, my love. Oh, mother, my strength is gone. Alas, I walked the whole road to Aleppo, olive trees all along.
Before the war, Aleppo was known for its rich social and religious diversity, thriving without the need for slogans or decrees. Daily life itself fostered coexistence, with calls to prayer mingling alongside church bells, and accents blending in the bustling markets. The city never needed tolerant slogans. It lived them in its very essence. Even as things changed over time, Aleppo retained traces of what it once was, a city holding on to a shared memory despite shifting maps and deep divides. In long and drawn-out wars, losses aren't only measured in rubble. They're also found in the values a society once practiced every single day.
When the insurgent forces first made their entrance into the city of Aleppo, all the young men who knew me from our shared time in Idlib, they all sought me out. The chief greeted me and asked if I wanted to speak with the Sheikh. Certainly, I responded, then proceeded to express my congratulations on the newly achieved liberation. Aleppo was now emancipated. He responded with a clear directive: tell your people to strive for excellence in everything they do, to elevate their standards from what they were before. Whether it's safeguarding churches, endowments, homes, factories, or offices, let them revel in the Christmas festivities, ring their bells, adorn their squares, erect their trees. We were on the cusp of the holiday season then.
Aleppo embodies the diverse sects and ethnicities of Syria. The regime, a criminal entity, recognized this truth and for decades attempted to sow discord and division among these groups, but ultimately it failed. Aleppo endured, and so did its remarkable social fabric.
Protecting Christians and other minorities in Aleppo was a critical red line. From the ops room, the order was always mercy first, and that message truly mattered. It affirmed that you're in the right, and they genuinely are our brother.
We worked closely with the new authorities to calm people's fear and build trust. We held several meetings as Christian heads of churches and with the state. And this time, the state stood with the people. For the first time,
Ops, infantry west of Tab, 2 kilometers out.
Say again. Repeat.
2 kilometers west of Tab Lane.
Copy. Copy.
We thought we'd finally have a moment to rest, then get back to our coverage. But no, the orders came in. Head straight to Hama. Hama. Did you hear me clearly? We were directed towards Hama.
Hama wasn't captured through force, but through the power of imagery. It was a clear-cut case of psychological and media warfare. A brief video broadcast by the opposition depicted their fighters standing near a sign that read, "Welcome to Hama."
We moved and reached Hama's outskirts. The sign was roughly 20 kilometers away. This was psychological warfare. Arriving at the sign, we found the conflict was a mere 1 or 2 kilometers away. We captured footage of the sign before making a hasty retreat, making it clear that we had made it to the outskirts of Hama. This ignited fear and chaos among regime forces.
We are currently on the outskirts of Hama, where intense battles are raging between the rebels and the regime's gangs. With the support of their allies and the additional reinforcements that have been brought into the city.
A brief video segment lasting mere seconds captured more than the skirmishes did. On-field disarray, unsanctioned retreats, and a total absence of official clarification. There were no confrontations in this footage, yet the message was powerfully conveyed. The battle's focus wasn't in the city, but rather on the height dominating Hama's east and west countryside Jabal, Zain al-Abidin. one of the regime's most fortified sites, featuring underground bunkers and camouflaged artillery that provide wide fire control and long-range observation capabilities.
The problem was that Mountain Zain al-Abidine, high peak over most of Hama's rural belt and the city. It was fortified and used to hit the roads. So ops planned a long detour to slip to Hama's edge or inside and declare it fallen. We actually slipped through trees for a long distance and entered Hama from the east. The mountain hadn't fallen. There was resistance. We reached Al-Asi Square, filmed, then were told to exit at once fighting was close. Amidst chaos, the regime retreated from Zain al-Abidin, a mountain once deemed insurmountable.
While field visuals depicted an evident retreat of the regime from the rural Hama vicinity, the defense minister made an appearance on national television, asserting that the situation was well within their control. The observed shift on the battlefield was characterized in official communications as a deliberate part of a strategic plan, rather than being perceived as a defeat.
Today, we are engaged in a fierce and ongoing battle against the toughest terror groups that employ guerrilla tactics, which compels our armed forces to adapt their strategies. So our armed forces adapt their strategies. They attack and withdraw at various points, advance and fall back, especially since these Takfiri groups have the backing of well-known regional and international states.
At that time, the official statement appeared disconnected from the harsh reality on the ground, as images revealed abandoned tanks, grounded aircraft, and defensive posts that were completely empty. What we witnessed on the ground contradicted the speech and raised serious doubts about the official narrative.
We strongly urge our people to remain patient and steady, trusting that we will not relent in our efforts to restore security to the areas seized by the terrorists. The Syrian Arab Army, as you have known throughout this long war, will continue to stand as the solid dam.
On the contrary, it was a brittle system, but it fed every claimant their share. And I think Bashar al-Assad worked by the creed of the last Abbasid caliph. Baghdad is enough. He would grant every seeker what they desired in order to keep that chair secure.
The main battle was at Hama, because the city holds a unique and significant mark in Syria's national struggle. It suffered and paid dearly, the Hama massacre among other costs. It suffered in silence. Few spoke of it, in Syria or abroad. Since 2011, the city was heavily besieged. Unlike other provinces, it was closed off, surrounded. Lately, I feared not the fall itself. It would fall, but that I would die outside, that I'd be buried without ever seeing the regime finally fall.
After taking Hama, opposition units advanced south toward Homs, a crucial strategic hub in central Syria.
On Friday or Saturday, Homs province contacted me, and there was panic everywhere. It seemed that the defenses before Homs had completely collapsed, and while I'm no military expert, I could see that the road lay open. Then he asked, "Can we ask defense to bomb Al Rastan Bridge?" I told him that wasn't justified.
After Hama's liberation, forces gathered here, eyes fixed on Homs, crossing only over Al Rastan Bridge. They advanced toward Homs, but it wasn't free. Heavy strikes severely damaged the bridge, rendering it unusable. You can still see the remnants of the air raids on that bridge today.
We were a band of seasoned fighters with no choice but to fight. We couldn't wait for another chance to break the cruel siege and crush the forces that caged us for 9 years. This was it. The Itamin soldiers and commanders, filled with resolve, pushed the forces across 4 axes, an effort we'd prefer not to boast about. Syria is far greater than just saying we delivered. Syria is greater than saying we fought and broke through. Syria is greater.
By evening, we were getting close to Homs. Resistance from the city's north was fierce, and the jets were relentlessly bombing. We waited patiently, and as night fell, the lads finally began to enter. As usual, the first aim was to open the prisons. You can't imagine the welcome we got in Homs. And Homs is special, you know that. Fireworks and celebrations lit up Homs like it was daytime. This was around midnight, close to 1 a.m.
We're talking about a distance of 200 kilometers from Homs to Damascus, and by that time, discussions had already begun on how to escape and how to take flight. The only option left was the sky, not the ground, and on Saturday night, December 7th, the Russian military attaché made a visit to the People's Palace. A session was convened to discuss one critical objective: how to ensure the secure transfer of Bashar al-Assad and his entourage from the heart of Damascus to the international airport, how to safeguard the flight from Damascus to Hamamin, and to prepare the aircraft accordingly.
I received a call instructing me to keep moving towards Damascus, with plans to encircle the city by morning, and it was around 1 a.m. We aimed to impose a ring around Damascus at 3, as events were unfolding quickly.
All of this unfolded in just a few hours, from 11 at night until around 2 or 2:30 on Sunday morning, and it was now December 8th.
I remember the protocols cars and weapons everywhere to protect Assad. How would he manage to leave tonight? How did he escape?
In the palace that evening, almost everything looked normal. In the kitchen, dinner was being prepared as usual.
Simple meal for a man who knew the table no longer mattered most.
Forces known as Repel, the aggression, were already at the gates of Damascus, and I believe he was part of those forces. They reached the airport road's edge.
In his office, he sat still and motionless, his mind adrift in thought, the heavy silence only broken by the persistent ringing of the landline. At Damascus Airport, a plane landed without prior notice, guided straight to a closed side runway. Its timing and path were off protocol.
We were surprised at how quickly a plane was prepared and parked in an unusual location that clearly wasn't designated for. Our curiosity was piqued. Something significant was unfolding. What could it be?
Inside the palace walls, unusual movement was noted. 2 cars entered quietly through the back gate, avoiding routine routes and unseen by the guards. That night's actions broke all established protocol. Assad left his office taking nothing, not even jacket or tie. He walked the palace corridors alone. No orders, no escort. In the basement, a waiter lined dishes, expecting a normal meal.
Stop movement, shut the gates. I still hear the devices. Close gate 7, close gate 11. If they could, they'd close heaven's gates for Assad to pass. Suddenly, cars rushed in, faster than words can tell. And suddenly Assad climbed aboard the plane. His entourage left their cars behind, doors wide open.
No farewell, no announcement before departure. Just a silent withdrawal by a man who has nothing left to say, moving as if the place itself had suddenly turned foreign, as if the end, long delayed, was now unavoidable. From the cockpit came the clearance to move forward. The plane rolled slowly toward an unknown destination, leaving everything behind. Assad sat by the window, staring at a city he was leaving behind, just as it was leaving him, in silence. A clear break marking the end of one era and the beginning of another that was just starting to form. Past 3 a.m. The plane took off, then landed at the Russian base. A new tense phase began. Reports said Assad and his sons stayed for hours in a private hall at Maimim. His entourage also waited for a plane able to evade radars, secured to fly safely to Moscow, where Assad landed for the first time without title or office, a fugitive in guilt. The palace lights dimmed.
At 10 minutes to 3, I left the People's Palace and made my way to Umayyad Square. I drove on Mezi Highway and other street. After 3:30, news began to spread that Assad had left the palace, neither a secret nor widely known. His true departure, marking his arrival in Maimim, occurred at 6:10 or possibly 6:20. At 6:18, at that time, Assad was no longer president.
No state of emergency was declared in Damascus. No sirens wailed. Yet the city acted as if bracing for an unmatched event. Roads were nearly empty. Fear spread ahead of the news into homes before official reports.
With no orders, the regime's shape began to fade. Figures vanished. Slogans no longer raised. Sights pulled from command. The institution seemed to dismantle itself step by step, quietly, without announcement, without resistance.
The same unsettling picture repeated in other corners. Weapons abandoned, uniforms left behind without their owners. A system quietly collapsed in shadow as it slowly departed into the darkness.
I waited seconds and minutes to hear out.
It is now exactly 6:18 Damascus time. Syria without Bashar al-Assad.
Syria without Assad.
When Hatim's song played, "Hold Your Head High, You're a Free Syrian," they danced, and I danced with them despite all Syria's pain.
By God, Ibrahim, I lived to see it. I never thought I would. I did, and Bashar al-Assad has fallen.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Tunis, the capital of Tunisia and one of North Africa's easygoing cities. Yet, behind its laid-back approach is an exotic appeal. Tunis deserves to be the perfect introduction to the region. You'll find most of the main sightseeing in the Medina or Old Town, which is already an attraction in itself. There are winding routes along the alleyways, and behind the high walls, you may find yourself lost. But that's the charm of the city. There's a fabulous mosaic collection of the world-famous Bardo Museum. And then there's the remnants of the once glorious Carthage that's a tourist highlight. Carthage, the fabled wealthy seafaring city of the Phoenicians, lies scattered across the Bay of Tunis. Its columns and pile of marble rubble are bordered by a panorama of the Mediterranean Sea. And who could resist such a view? The sea is actually vital to Tunis's prosperity. The Carthage was completely destroyed in the Third Punic War in 146 BC. And the surviving ruins is worth the visit. The view is yet amazing, especially with its seafront setting. Meanwhile, there's also the Medina district or Old Town. It is considered Tunis's historic heart and known as the Port de France during the colonial period. Because while the Old Town walls of the Hafsid period may have long ago disappeared, when you get inside the mosques, mausoleums, and the madrasas, or the Islamic schools for learning, You'll see opulent tile art and splendid Fatimid and Ottoman architecture decorating the streets. Get lost in the beauty of the district's monumental relics. Last but not least is, of course, the shopping. In Tunis, the Souk des Chechis is the place to be. Makers of Tunisia's traditional woolen hats will be found here and are even conducting workshops. Looking for furniture to bring home? You'll find them between Rue Gemma Ez Zaytuna and Rue Kasbah. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. There are hopes that there will be progress in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine following the meeting in Alaska between the US President Donald Trump and the Russian President Vladimir Putin. There are talks that maybe bilateral and trilateral meetings will follow, but then there are also those who believe there will be no progress, largely because of Vladimir Putin's intractable position when it comes to Ukraine. One of those is the former UK Defence Secretary, Liam Fox. He joins me now to explain why he has that position. So Liam, thank you for making the time. It's good to have a chance to chat with you, sir. First of all, we're seeing a lot of media reports now that there seems to be some progress when it comes to the Russia-Ukraine situation following the meeting in Alaska and the following talks. What's your opinion on that?
There's a lot of rhetoric. There's a lot of staging. Are we seeing real progress? We don't know yet. My view is that you need to go back to understand why Ukraine wants very, very specific, overt, and bankable security guarantees. Remember back in 1994, Ukraine gave away the nuclear weapons that they had inherited from the breakup of the Soviet Union. And they did so on the basis that they had a security guarantee from the United States, from Britain, from France, but mostly from Russia, that their sovereignty and their borders would be respected. That guarantee was worth zero because Putin decided he wanted Crimea and he just took it. Now, if you were the Ukrainians and you are wanting to end the war, you will want to do so knowing that you have a much better guarantee of your security than came with that agreement, the Budapest Memorandum. So I entirely understand why the Ukrainians are where they are. And until they get those very bankable guarantees, I don't think we can move much forward.
Those who play devil's advocate say that Russia was also guaranteed that NATO would never move 1 inch eastward, and that this was kind of also breached in terms of honouring an agreement. What's your view on that perspective?
Well, Ukraine's not a member of NATO. The only countries that have joined NATO are Sweden and Finland recently, and that was in response to Russia's aggression in Ukraine. Free nations can choose what they want to do in terms of their defence, their foreign policy. They cannot be dictated to by Moscow, by a tyrant like Putin.
Again, to play devil's advocate, if there was something, a similar parallel with Russia putting weapons on any kind of territory it has near the USA, how would the reaction be there?
Well, Russia has weapons pointed at London, at Washington, at LA, at the other parts of Europe. It has troops along the borders with the Baltic states. So we don't need to be lectured by Russia about the threats to their neighbors. It's Russia that invaded Georgia in 2008. It's Russia that annexed Crimea in 2014. It's Russia that invaded Ukraine in 2022. So before people want to play devil's advocate, they better work out who the devil is in that particular equation.
So hugely disappointing and sadly predictable is how you described the outcome of the Putin-Trump Alaska talks. Why was that?
Well, I think Putin's playing for time. Number one, let me be very clear. Putin can't be trusted. His word is worth nothing. Here is a man who is a violent despot who will kill and has killed his political opponents inside Russia, who's killed his opponents outside Russia, including in the United Kingdom. He's playing for time. He's hoping that he can make advances on the battlefield before the United States or Europe apply further sanctions that will damage the Russian economy. And the Russian economy has changed a lot since 2022, since the Ukrainian invasion. Putin's turned his country into a war economy. 45% of his GDP is now taken up by the war in Ukraine or the defense and arms industries. He has a banking system that's barely functioning. He's got a bank base rate of 21% with an inflation rate of 11%, unsustainable if you were in any other part of the world. He's got a labor shortage, a chronic labor shortage, and is utterly dependent on technology to keep his economy moving. Now, these are big problems which will get worse. And in my view, we should make them worse in order to destroy Putin's ability to wage war in the future.
I know your perspective is also to let the Russian oligarchs and those who've been sanctioned from shifting large sums of money out to actually have that opportunity, because it would actually have an impact on Russia's economy that would help to destabilize it, in your opinion, correct?
Well, Russia has been able to maintain its war effort because its banking system has continued, because money has not been allowed to flow out of the system. So the oligarchs who would normally invest in global opportunities have been forced to invest in Russia. Those opportunities will dry up quite quickly, and we need to ensure that we enable capital flight out of Russia to make those difficulties even greater.
And presumably the sale of fossil fuels by Russia, which have been quite beneficial for its economy, have also to be kind of more closely monitored, I guess.
Well, you've seen the tension between the United States under the Trump administration and countries like India, where they are trying to apply pressure to India to stop buying Russian oil. If you're going to make that happen, I think you have to increase the flow of oil from elsewhere, whether that's the United States itself or out of OPEC. You need to ensure that countries that are going to help you in terms of security are not going to be disadvantaged in terms of the ability to fuel, literally, their own economies.
So following Alaska, a bunch of European leaders, including the UK Prime Minister, went to the White House to speak with Donald Trump. And then, of course, the media started to talk a lot about the bilateral, possibly trilateral meeting with Putin, Zelensky and Trump afterwards. Do you see any value in the idea that this bilateral meeting might actually happen between Putin and Zelensky?
Well, all the focus has been on the optics and the rhetoric rather than the substance. And that's where we really need to make progress. We need to make progress on, are we going to get security guarantees for Ukraine? Are we going to ensure that Ukrainian territory is not going to be sacrificed in all of this? When these big issues are sorted out, then you can work out who is going to talk to whom and where it's going to be. I mean, yesterday we had all this stuff about, will it be in Geneva? Will it be Istanbul? You have to have something to talk about first. So let's focus on the substance and let's have a little bit less focus on some of the lesser important parts.
Ironically, Budapest was mentioned, which you mentioned earlier as the 94 site of the memorandum. So it would be an ironic venue if they chose that.
It would be, yes, it would be ironic, but there would be some who would think it was inappropriate, given that it was that memorandum in Budapest that was so badly betrayed by Russia.
There have been reports that Europe would impose more sanctions on Russia if Vladimir Putin does decide to reject any bilateral or trilateral meetings. What impact could those sanctions have?
Well, the biggest area where Europe could be effective would be in seizing Russian assets. Now, the Russian assets of about 300 billion have been frozen in Europe, and the interest on those has been used to help Ukraine. But if you really wanted to make a difference, you actually seize the assets and give them to Ukraine. 300 billion to Ukraine is more than we've actually spent in total between the United States and Europe so far in assisting them. And there's the question of reparations. Russia committed an act of aggression in breach of international law. They are required to make reparations for that. The chances of Putin actually parting with money and giving it to Ukraine, I would rate as absolutely zero. So what other mechanisms do we have? We've got those assets that were moved largely from America to Europe after 2014-15. Those could be used to help the Ukrainians arm themselves, protect themselves, defend their sovereignty, their people, their democracy, and also to rebuild the shattered parts of their country that have been destroyed by Putin's aggression.
Well, Salim, you've been very clear for many years now that you have zero trust in Vladimir Putin. If that's the case, if Vladimir Putin is such a risk, what real option is there to find a solution?
We should try to find a way of ending the killing in Ukraine itself, but we should be under no illusions about who Putin is and what he is. And I understand why Western politicians who are sort of hardwired to find compromise and accommodations, why they would want to do that. But pretty much all good people end up in the same place with Putin, which is he can't be accommodated. He is a tyrant. He's not a democrat. He's not answerable to the Russian people. He's not answerable to anyone at all. And he will behave in the way that tyrants do, as he has done, internally and externally. So what we, in the long term, we need to do is what we did in the Cold War, which is recognize there can't be a purely military solution to all of this. What we need to use is the financial strength of the free world, and to ensure that in the longer term, we undermine and, if possible, destroy Putin's ability economically to wage war against free, independent, democratic nations.
Well, many critics of the situation have been concerned that Donald Trump has rejected the idea, or at least dismissed the idea of a ceasefire prior to the talks, bilateral talks, if they happen, for example. To what extent is that a bad idea? Because of the fact that Russia can continue, it's kind of offensive, and it has actually seems to have boosted.
I thought the German Chancellor, Chancellor Merz, put it very well. It's very difficult to see Zelensky, President Zelensky, and Putin talking to one another if their troops are still killing civilians. How can President Zelensky sit down with Vladimir Putin if men, women, and children are being murdered during the night by Russian missiles and drones? Politically, that's really a bit of a non-starter. And I think you would have to have some situation where on the ground there was no conflict actually taking place before those talks could take place.
How much progress do you see in the statements by Donald Trump that he sees the need for security guarantees for Ukraine? I mean, he said no US troops on the ground, although he said military presence is a possibility.
Well, I think the president is absolutely genuine when he seeks peace and reconciliation. I think his patience has been sorely tested by Putin time and time again. I think he comes back hoping that something decent will come out of the Russian leader. But I think that increasingly the reality is dawning, that you can't accommodate Putin. And there's a history here. If you remember President George W. Bush saying that he looked into Putin's eyes and saw a soul. Well, you know, Putin looked into his and saw a KGB file number. We had President Obama coming to office after the invasion of Georgia and having a reset, as they called it, let bygones be bygones with Russia. Putin looked at that and said, thank you very much. I'll just take Crimea, if that's your attitude. We need to really understand what we're dealing with, because wishful thinking is a very bad basis for foreign policy, and it's an even worse basis for defense policy.
There is still a feeling, however, that in spite of what you say about Donald Trump having some concerns about the situation being played, or tapped, as he put it, by Putin, that he has a much stronger relationship with Vladimir Putin and Russia than with Volodymyr Zelensky, and that he still tends to kind of favor the Russian side. Do you think that's still the case, considering how things have developed?
I think the president genuinely wants reconciliation. I think he can see the prize that there would be were Russia to be brought into the fold. I just don't think it's going to happen under Putin. I think that Putin is a particular type of autocratic, tyrannical leader. His behavior shows he's not to be trusted. And I see no reason why he would change. He wants to keep Russia in a particular way. He's got imperialist tendencies, wanting to recreate parts of what was the Soviet Union. And I think that's not going to change. And I think that President Trump, like President George W. Bush, like President Obama before him, hope that they can find something good to deal with in Putin. And sadly, that their hopes have all been dashed sequentially.
There is a widely held opinion that actually he's more interested in becoming a czar-like figure than reconstructing the Soviet Union, having a more imperial kind of attitude towards things.
I think that's true with Putin. I think that he's also been willing to use the Russian Orthodox Church as part of that czarist approach. But he's a very dangerous man. He's dangerous to the people within Russia, and he's dangerous to the people outside Russia. And we've got to be very hard-headed in accepting that. It's in the minds of good people, wanting to see good in someone else is a very laudable and understandable trait. But it can be very dangerous when you're dealing with somebody like Putin.
I'll get back to the current situation in just a second, but as and when the time comes when Vladimir Putin is no longer around, is there a chance for Russia to reset, or is it likely that someone else with the similar kind of tendency might just be able to slip in and continue the policies of Vladimir Putin?
I think there were three ifs in that question. So yeah, I suppose it depends on the state of the Russian economy. Is it a stable economy, or will Putin actually leave it fundamentally weakened? It's much easier to take a peace economy and turn it into a war economy than vice versa. So there are big problems ahead for the Russian economy. How Putin will manage that, we don't know. Who's coming behind Putin? Difficult to say. Most of his potential successors have left under, let's say, less than clear circumstances. The Russian people, do they have a yearning for democracy? They have a yearning, I think, to control their own future and to live in a country where they are much more able to determine what happens to their families, their communities, and their nation than they have today, but impossible really to know. Russia doesn't really have a strong historical experience in democracy, really at any point. So, yes, we have to hope for it. And we in the West have to prepare for a post-Putin era in the hope that we can help encourage change, but in a way much better than we did last time after the fall of the Soviet Union.
There's a bit of a paradox in the fact that the Russian people did taste the fruits of a more kind of market economy, capitalistic society after the fall of the Soviet Union. And yet, the statistics show that so many Russians seem to be behind Vladimir Putin's actions. Perhaps it's a patriotic or jingoistic attitude, but there is that strange paradox.
Well, I think you're probably more likely to be the fact that there are no independent polls in Russia, and all the polls that we have are controlled by the Russian government. That will tend to produce the results that the Russian government want. But leaving that aside, so we don't actually know what the Russian people think. But if we are going to see reform in Russia, it has to be in a way that has tangible benefits on the street, and not just for the oligarchs and not just for the politicians, which is what we saw last time. And that needs to be better thought through.
Considering your perspective on President Putin, do you see any value in him actually recently now agreeing that there should be security guarantees, that perhaps there could be some kind of monitoring system if there was a peace deal?
Anything that gives us a verifiable peace deal, great. As Ronald Reagan would say, trust but verify. And that is just as true today as when President Reagan said it in the Cold War. And we need to be able to make sure that it's there. But there's something else. It's not just a security guarantee. What's missing there is the word credible. Is it a credible security guarantee? Because if Russia thinks that the deterrence is missing, then he will act again. And you could, I think, very reasonably argue that the sanctions that we put in place in 2022 after the invasion of Ukraine should have been there in 2014 after the invasion of Crimea. and the ones we put in place in 2014 should have been there in 2008 after the Russian aggression towards Georgia. So the failure of deterrence and the failure of a credible deterrence is crucial. And anything that the West puts in place as a security guarantee needs to come with some hard and fast elements to that, whether that's an Article 5 NATO-type guarantee that an attack on Ukraine would be an attack on us all. We have to wait and see. But if it's not credible, it's not worth anything.
Do you see Ukraine ending up in NATO?
No, I don't actually in the short term, although I think it's their right to apply to become members of NATO. But NATO is a political as well as a military alliance, and they would have to meet a number of criteria that would make them an acceptable part of the political alliance, just as the same way as they would need to fulfill criteria were they going to join the European Union. So I think that's some way off for Ukraine. I think Ukraine still has internal problems to deal with, not least a fairly widespread level of corruption that has plagued them for some time. Those things need to be dealt with. They can be dealt with. And Ukraine is, of course, as a free, democratic, sovereign nation, able to make its own choices.
On a slight tangent, why is there a need for NATO now? If we consider the Soviet threat has disappeared, and that maybe was the justification for the creation of the alliance, what is the real need for NATO now, especially if pretty much anyone can join it?
Well, pretty much anyone can't join it, otherwise we wouldn't be having this debate about Ukraine. There's the fact that Russia still has the largest number of nuclear weapons in the world, and they're still pointing at us. That's reason for NATO.
Do you believe Ukraine will ever get back the 20% that Russia holds right now of its land?
I don't think it's realistic to believe that Crimea will ever come back. I think that the Crimea probably disappeared when President Obama had the reset with Russia. I think that failure of deterrence probably meant that Crimea was lost. What happens with the territories that Russia's currently occupying remains to be seen. I don't think that Putin's going to give up the areas that the oblasts that he controls 100%, where you got Donetsk, for example, where there's still a split. That is more difficult to see. But there's got to be, if Ukraine loses territory, there's got to be something for Ukraine in that, and that's got to be that Putin can't move a centimetre further into Ukraine in the future.
When Donald Trump talks about a land swap, in your opinion, what does that mean? Because there doesn't seem to be anything to swap for. Well,
it's not a swap. It's the aggressor being able to keep the territory they have taken by force. I mean, it's not really what we think about as a swap. You've got principle and you've got the brutal reality facing off here. The principle should be that no aggressor should be able to benefit from acts of war. But the truth on the ground is that you've got ruined parts of Ukraine that Russia is not going to give back, potentially ever. So that's where you get into negotiation. And that's where the credible guarantees of future security have to come in.
So Liam, how do you regard the way European countries have come together as a sort of counterbalance to the US position when it comes to dealing with this matter?
I think that President Trump has been a wake-up call to Europe, but that's only because Europe wouldn't listen to previous wake-up calls. I remember as Defense Secretary way back in 2010 sitting around the table at NATO with the American Defense Secretary Robert Gates, who would say, you cannot expect the American taxpayers to continually pay for Europe's defense while Europe spends its money on welfare and consumption. I mean, you now have the position where European countries make up 6%, 7% of the world's population, but 60% of social spending. Now, why should the American taxpayers fund that? So they've come late in the day to recognize they must spend more on defense, they must be more active in their own defense and not depend on riding on America's coattails. That's a good thing. That's a good wake-up call. And I think that they actually have responded quite well. And I think that British Prime Ministers, Boris Johnson, Rishi Sunak, and our current Prime Minister have all actually honourably filled the roles of good European leaders when it comes to understanding their responsibilities to the defense and security of the wider continent.
To what degree do you believe that Europe's unity in this matter, perhaps, as we've just discussed, is a result of American pressure rather than internal European fears that Russia has been proactive in the sense of a grey warfare in its tactics with Europe?
I think it's both. And I think that it depends where in Europe you are. If you are sharing a border with Russia, your view of your security post-Ukraine has very much diminished. So if you're in the Nordic states, the Baltic states, Poland, Romania, Hungary, and you're sitting looking right across the border at the country that has just by force taken part of Ukraine, killed tens of thousands of its armed forces, and killed and maimed civilians for no clear purpose, I think that you're probably a lot less sanguine about security than if you live in Western Europe.
But considering Russia's taken quite a toll in this conflict as well, it hasn't been the kind of few weeks affair that people thought it would be going into Ukraine, as Russia seemed to be so dominant. Does Europe really have that level of fear, grey warfare apart? Does it really have a fear that Russia could stretch itself out so far to try and destabilize or be involved in taking over other countries?
So what's the difference? The difference is that in Europe, we care about our armed forces. We would care about the human cost and the financial cost of a conflict like that. If you're Putin, he doesn't care. He's not answerable to his electorate. He's not answerable to a free media. There are no critics out there saying that the cost is too high. So just as, since you mentioned, taking an imperial view, the view of Russia was throw as many troops as needed into battle. And it doesn't matter what your casualties are. That's the view that Putin will take. I think the question that's very crucial in this is, at what point, even in Russia, does the loss become so acute, does the financial hardship become so great that the public will just not stomach the conflict?
But does he have the resources? Does Vladimir Putin have the resources? I mean, it's been proved that he's used North Korean troops to supplement his. Does he have the resources to take things further?
Well, he has an economy that's a war economy that will be unable to produce wealth. So the longer the war goes on, yes, there will be a toll that is there. But you have to understand the mind of Putin, his imperialist, aggressive tendencies to want to control Ukraine, which he believes is Russia, remember, is greater than his fear of any domestic resistance to his program. That cannot last forever in the real world, but he can last for a long time. And as long as people are buying Russian oil and enabling him to fund his war, he will continue as best he can. And if that means releasing more prisoners from prison to go onto the front line, bringing people in from North Korea or any other favorable dictatorships around the world, that's what he'll do. And as long as the Iranians are helping him supply of weapons, missiles and drones, then he's got his allies on whom he can depend, at least for some time.
Since January of 2025 and Donald Trump's return to the White House, he seems omnipresent. With executive orders, he seems to be such a dominant figure in what's going on in the world. Do you get any sense that perhaps Europe has been kicked into a very underdog position in having a say in what's going on here?
I think to an extent the reverse, possibly because of that great influence that President Trump has had, that European leaders have stepped up to the plate a bit, particularly on this, and they were not passive in this process. After the Alaska summit, they were very quick to get to Washington. So no, I don't take that view. And also, in the West, we have to understand the American political system. You've got a president newly elected in his second term. He's got control of the House of Representatives. He's got control of the Senate. But America has elections in November next year. That could change.
But still, looking at the sort of global optics, can Europe kind of step out of Donald Trump's shadow?
Europe needs to make some changes. I mean, Europe needs to be looking at its trading practices, for example. Whatever you think of the president's tariff policy, he's got a point when it comes to the EU, that the EU has been using non-tariff barriers and technical barriers to trade as an alternative to financial tariffs. So, he's right that there needs to be change. maybe we're just seeing a little inkling of the need for change amongst European leaders.
Briefly putting on your international trade secretary hat, the one you wore for a while, does the level of tariffs, though, that Donald Trump talks about and the way he threatens them, is that good global practice when it comes to economics?
It has a different impact depending on the sort of economy you're dealing with. If you put tariffs on a country that only sells basic commodities, that has no value added, then you will definitely harm those economies. And I think that whatever the financial plus that the administration sees for the United States, you have to weigh that up against what if I make it more difficult for developing countries to trade their way out of poverty? Will that trigger a wave of global migration, which is the one thing that I also don't want in policy? So sometimes I think that in Western governments, the people who make the economic policy and the people who make the security policy don't properly talk to one another, and the dots don't really get joined up.
Going back to the Russia-Ukraine conflict, there is a feeling among many people that the world has let Ukraine down, was slow to act, hasn't been decisive enough as a community. Where is the rest of the world in this? We've talked about America, we've talked about Europe. What about other countries around the world? Where are the others? Where's China in all of this?
Well, China, I don't think is particularly bothered that the West and Russia are daggers drawn. That's not in the disinterest, if you want to put it that way, of China. Others are much less concerned. They see that as a European issue. I think that Ukraine was let down when we did not deter Russian aggression. And if I was to put my finger on it, I think that the reset under the Obama presidency with Putin was the ultimate failure of Western deterrence, and I think much has flowed from that.
But is there also a tendency at a global level for countries to become introspective now? The US, of course, seems to be so much more introspective under Donald Trump, of course, his Make America Great Again policy. Is that what's happening? Are we deglobalizing?
Well, I think at the political level, there is a tendency for countries to become much more introspective, to become, if not isolationist, at least more nationalist. And yet, at the same time, in the real global economy, we have had such a level of integration of supply chains that the idea of pulling those apart would cause so much disruption as to be not worth any economic gain that might come. And so again, you've got the world of politics and the world of business not necessarily being in the same place. I'm with the world of business. I think ultimately it's those interests that will be longer lasting, and they will be to the benefit, particularly of those parts of the world who don't yet share in the good luck of the wealthiest.
Well, that's almost a perfect segue, talking about your role in business, to discuss your role as the chairman of the Abraham Accords from the UK perspective. Tell me about the work that's being done, because you're now planning to launch a fund as well.
So we have something called the Abraham Accords Prosperity Group. It basically has 4 pillars. The Abraham Accord Prosperity Fund, which is an investment fund that we plan to launch in the near future. A project called REACH, run by the NAS group of companies, talking directly to young people in English and Arabic in the region to say, you should have opportunity. We will give you the chances to grasp that opportunity, but to talk to them in a language that is much more familiar and through social media. We also have a think tank network, including Trends in the UAE, including the Amadeus Institute in Morocco. And we have, fourthly, our advisory council, the great and the good, helping to guide us and promote us. And we're building those. And we're doing that because if you want to effect change, it can't be done just by a financial instrument. You've got to create an ecosystem which is sustainable. I've agreed to chair this grouping for 10 years. My wife thinks I'm mad, and maybe she's right. She usually is. But we need to show commitment, long-term commitment. Part of the problem is that the initiatives that we have had are very top-down. Where is the benefit on the Arab street, for example, of these initiatives? Unless young people can see that there will be something different for them, that they will get dignity and hope and opportunity from this, it is otherwise it's meaningless. And also, how do you put in place the mechanics over time that go beyond the sort of democratic mandates of 3 or 4 years that Western governments tend to have? How do you give investors confidence? How do you give young people confidence that they genuinely have friends out there who are in it for the long term? That's what we're trying to change.
The overarching issue, though, is that since October the 7th, 2023, anything that really concerns the Abraham Accords has taken quite a hit, certainly psychologically, on the Arab street. What kind of damage has it done to your goals, to your aims to try to create some kind of better world in that environment?
I don't think it changes our aims or our goals. It perhaps makes the environment in which we're doing it more difficult. But, you know, whatever happens, if you like, at the statecraft level, we still need to have a greater share of prosperity across the whole of the Middle East, North Africa region. And we need to ensure that younger people are able to share more in the prosperity that in Europe or the United States we would take for granted than they have been allowed to do in the past. And that means, how do we get more of the economic opportunity, for example, in the service industries, instead of countries buying business services from Europe or America? Why are we not trying to create more of them in those countries themselves?
Who do you see contributing to this fund?
Well, we have a number of high net worth individuals, but I would also like to see the sovereign wealth funds and institutions do something that they really can do, which is invest in peace. That's the real challenge for us.
And is it the sovereign wealth funds largely from the Middle East region, or do you see this as truly global?
Well, we've had a lot of interest in the United Kingdom and the United States, but in the region itself. And we have to encourage those in the region to invest in the future of the region. And we have to ensure that, as I often say, if you've got the same DNA as your parents and you make the same choices as your parents, you end up in the same place. And we can't afford that. We need to break that. Here we are in the United Kingdom, a country massively shaped by our history. But there are those in the Middle East who are not shaped by their history. They're prisoners of their history. We need to help them break out of that.
Just a final thought then. Are you getting the sense that ears are open to your requests and your pleas for some kind of progress?
I think that people are recognizing that we cannot continue as we are. We have to create a different future, and we're not passengers in that future. We can be the prime movers in our own destiny, and we can choose to effect change if we want. And people will say, well, this is a terrible time to be launching a project like that. Well, is there a good time to launch a project like that? And if you're looking at the long term, you have to start somewhere. And I hope that those who support our aims will support our program, because it's something that has to be done as a whole global community if we're to achieve the results that we want. And its benefits will not just be felt in the Middle East, they'll be felt globally. And that should be as much an attraction to us as anything else.
Well, Sir Liam, I wish you luck. Thank you very much for joining me, sir.
Pleasure.
That was Sir Liam Fox, the former UK Defence Secretary, talking about the latest situation in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. That's it for this edition of the show. Don't forget to subscribe and leave your comments. From me and the team in London, thanks for watching. I'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.